Because on this day,
Well,
A story.
yeah,
Yeah, there's a story about it.
yeah.
so
And
this is not a mystery, by the way.
You might as well not ask, by the way, because I won't do what you tell me.
No?
No, don't ask.
Canadian radio station, Kiss Radio 104.9 FM. It's a soft rock
Yeah.
station. They fired their morning show,
Mm-hmm.
and they've been playing nonstop over and over and over and over.
That song.
That song.
Yeah.
And people are like, wow, did the DJs take over the... No.
No, I've gotten so many DMs about this.
No. Wow, this is cool. The DJ, they've just gone rogue and crazy.
And
no,
I've had to explain to people, no, what this means is that there's a format change and it's a stunt.
Yeah.
And it worked.
It would never... Now, that there have been times where people have been fired.
Yeah.
And they've locked themselves in the studio and, maybe swore on the air or something.
Mm-hmm.
But that would happen for,
Yeah.
a very short period of time until it was stopped. Because even if you locked yourself in, management would shut it off
Yeah.
somewhere else and it would not be.
Management usually has a key.
Yeah.
They can get it from the janitor.
And these days, with this technology, our boss could shut it off from his house.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So, as fun as that is to think that there's some rogue DJ just playing that song over and over and over again. I'm sticking it to the man. You're there. No.
There was also some thought that it wasn't the two DJs, but it was somebody else at the station who wanted to protest their firing because it was a beloved morning show, it said.
well, if you put in the press release that they were beloved, then yeah.
Sonia Sidhu and Kevin Lim
Oh, they're very good.
were the DJs in question.
Never trust radio scum.
No.
All right?
No.
Were they Sonia and Kevin in the morning? Were they?
Don't ask, because I won't do what you tell me. Just don't ask, okay? I wish I'd had that song when I was a kid and I could have played it for my mother.
Really?
Don't ask me, Mom, because I'm not going to do what you tell me. Of course, that never would have occurred to you to defy your mother's wishes, would it?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Why do you want to defy your mother's wishes? You love your mother.
I did. But it depended. Sometimes her requests were just plain unreasonable.
Things like go to school.
Eat your peas.
Clean your room.
Your peas.
Yeah, no, my
Bill,
mother was.
Bill, would you eat your peas?
No, I won't do what you tell me. I won't do what you tell me. Right, that's exactly. We've just ruined that song. It's because it makes it seem like it's two, kids just being.
I don't think we ruined it.
No.
I don't think we ruined it.
Although I don't know, I might not be able to. Whenever I hear it, I might not be able to not imagine Kerry Jackson saying "Eat your peas." No.
Well, I mean, that was one way to go.
There were other possibilities.
There were other possibilities.
Other songs that could have been played because of On This Day,
Yeah.
like what?
On this day in 1977,
Why are you doing that?
Marvel Comics launched a comic book based on the group Kiss. Blood from each band member was drawn by a registered nurse, witnessed by a notary public, and poured into vats of red ink used for printing the comic at Marvel's Borden ink plant in New York.
Well, that's cool.
Their blood,
Yeah.
a notary
I'll
says,
bet-
yes, I will confirm.
I'll bet those comics are really valuable now.
They're a little valuable.
There's a Kiss museum opening up in Las Vegas.
Excelsior. I know what you're going to be doing.
I'm going to Vegas this weekend.
That's why you're going to
First
Vegas.
stop. First stop. Yeah, blood in the ink.
Yeah. Carrie, you have to admit, probably when that happened, you thought that was really, really
I was
cool.
a kid. I thought it was the coolest
Yeah.
thing ever.
It's a great stunt.
You know, and it is just a stunt because it's like, what, 3 drops,
Yeah.
4 drops?
But
you
it
know?
might be in your...
Put the blood in the ink.
Yeah.
You know. No, to put enough blood in the ink, they would die, kids. They would die if you put enough blood in the ink.
But
You know.
I'm thinking that they didn't put any blood in the
Bill,
ink.
there was a notary
Notary.
Yeah.
and a registered nurse.
Well, you drop 4 or 5. You know.
That's
There's a picture of them.
See, this person is that person is a notary, and that woman dressed like a nurse, she's a nurse. It was all a stunt. They didn't even put a drop of blood in there. Where else could we have gone on this day?
Were there birthdays?
Yeah.
Gina said one that she said would be fun, and whenever
No.
Gina says it'd be fun,
the
it never is.
Kiss was the fun.
Oh no, it was another one.
Well, there was another birthday. I don't know how
I had
fun
one
it is.
lined up before we replaced it with Rage, but then I did my research and I found out that we were a day late. It was his Colin Hayes' birthday yesterday. I thought it
We
was
missed
today.
Colin Hayes' birthday.
Yeah.
the linchpin of the big ass show, the link that held it all together.
I can get you sleep.
I love this song.
Very nice.
The implications of diving in too deep.
Now I don't like it so much anymore.
They were really a good band.
Yeah.
Especially at night.
The acoustic version of this is really good.
Oh,
I like the song they did, Johnny Be Good, or Be Good Johnny, I guess it is.
I think about the implications of diving in too deep. And possibly the complications, especially at night.
I recall he was not very happy when he was at our big ass show.
No.
He
well,
was
what we were asking him to do was a bit,
kind of hard.
a bit much. It was you have to run back and forth between the stages and play songs for kids who were waiting to hear like Primus and
Yeah.
stuff like that. You know.
Well, in between, because it was just him and his guitar.
Yeah,
like,
just him
like
and his
that.
guitar.
It was.
And they didn't really want to hear him.
Yeah.
They're like, "Who is this?" Like,
It's
have
Colin
some
Hay.
respect. This is Colin Hay.
You know, he's... Huh?
Men at work.
Huh? Yeah, no, it just didn't work very well.
Didn't work.
No. It was a bad idea to begin with, and then it got worse. I think he was there, too, because, some record company told our program director, you could get Colin Hay, and they said, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
All right.
Well, I guess we ought to take a break and then start the show officially. Also, we need to take a break so I can have a sip of my Mill Creek coffee. Mill Creek coffee, it's the best a man and a woman can get. Mill Creek. So we'll take a break and then come back for more of this twaddle. 87, I don't even know if that's a word. Is twaddle a word?
I don't know that I should Google it. I'm a little nervous.
877-602-9696.
Yes, foolish speech or writing, nonsense. So yes,
Oh, okay.
you
So
used it properly.
I did. Twaddle. I don't know why that. Sometimes these weird words just form in my head. I don't know why I know them. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. Perhaps you have some twaddle of your own you'd like to share with us. 877-602-9696, or you can text 33986.
All right, Wendy's for breakfast and late nights. All right, your alarm just went off. You're thinking to yourself, I got to get up and get to court. Got to head out. I don't want to make breakfast for myself because the plates and everything, they'll be dirty when I get back home from court. And so just get something to eat on the way. Download the Wendy's app while you're pounding at your phone there. Just download the Wendy's app, and in the app, you'll be able to access this deal, the 2 for $3 mix and match deal. Mix and match 2 great breakfast items. Your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3. But that's in the app. See, that way you'll have the croissant for yourself and the biscuit for the bailiff at court. That's Wendy's. Also, late at night, Wendy's, remember, their French fries are hot and crispy and preferred over McDonald's fries almost 2 to 1. So you're out driving around late at night and want a snacky snack. Try them for yourself and see. And if the fries that you get are not hot and crispy, point it out to them, and they will make you some that are in fact hot and crispy. It's Wendy's.
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like you
Jimmy
do.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie.
groundhog name. It's not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name.
Sure.
Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name?
Jimmy's
It's fine. If
Awfully defensive
Princess,
about Jimmy.
good God, Gina, you derail the story. Jimmy, that's not a groundhog. Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor Jonathan Freund and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed? It's called Gawker's Newsfeed. Yeah. Low-rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
little
keeps going.
video.
The mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little video.
My question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine
That's
mayor
a
name.
terrible mayor name.
It's a fine mayor name.
No, that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
Yeah.
Yeah, what that guy said. We'll get to your check-ins, and the phones are going in just a second, but let's officially begin the program, shall we?
Sure. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The moon is moving toward being full, but right now it's only 1.8% of full. The moon will rise today at 7:03 a.m., today being Thursday. It's the 30th day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the morning show that elevates twaddle to a high art.
Wow.
Yes, it's Radio from Hell, starring the no-nonsense Kerry Jackson, the none-of-that Bull Bill Allred, and our very own rule follower, Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the great producer we have, our very organized producer. We have Miriam helping out, and I don't know if we're going to have Cameron Diaz helping out much longer.
Why?
Well, she's coming out of retirement, going back into acting.
That's
apparently.
right.
So I read that in the celebrity news today.
Well, congratulations.
We'll have that story coming up for you.
All right, time to go to your check-ins. 877-602-9696 is the number I see. We do have people on the phone.
Let's go to Shalise.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing okay. What's up with you today?
I am on my commute right now and just enjoying an iced coffee and the twaddle. So.
Enjoying the twaddle.
Well, there's plenty more twaddle to come, I'm telling you.
Where's your commute, Shalise?
I am going from Roy to just outside of the airport, outside of Salt Lake City. And the cops are out this morning. There have been like 3 pullovers so far.
That's good to know.
But I recently moved back to the area, and it's been nice to be able to listen to the radio show on the radio again. So,
Where were you?
I traveled a lot for work. I was in 6 different states over the last few years, most recently in Texas. So.
Sorry about that.
Nice to have you back.
Actually, this brings up a good question, because later on we're doing an X poll for people that are new to the area. You're not necessarily new, you're coming back, but was there anything different, changed, unusual you weren't expecting after living away and then moving back?
It's definitely gotten a lot busier. I left northern Utah in around 2014, and came back to visit family every once in a while. But inflation is definitely hitting, like it has been hitting for a while. Prices are wild, and then also it's just a lot more congested than it used to be. But
well, thanks,
I think
Shalise.
that it's still.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for calling.
Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's go to Larry.
Larry from Ogden. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Carrie, Bill, and Gina.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Is everything okay with you, Larry?
Yeah, we're still growing.
Still growing.
Still growing.
Oh.
Growing.
Yeah.
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
It's Larry from Ogden in Colorado.
Yeah, he'd moved so he could grow.
I was listening to the guy yesterday who was moving to Hawaii and trying to make a sad song about, I'm gonna miss you guys. I can't listen no more. I'm going to Hawaii. I'm doing it.
And if Larry can do it,
anybody can do it.
Hey, so I don't go to Starbucks anymore.
me neither.
Okay, good.
I come walking out of there with my $8 cup of coffee, and I'm standing there in the corner with my cup waiting for the light to change. And around comes this corner to make a right turn, and right in front of me, out pops his hand and drops 15 cents in my $8 cup of coffee.
Well, you made
Have a lid on that, Larry.
Made a little money on the side. I don't know.
Larry, maybe we need to talk about your appearance. Maybe we need to address this.
You guys have a great day now. I don't want to take all your time.
All right,
Okay,
all right,
thanks,
Larry.
Larry.
Thanks for checking in.
Okay. Let's go to Eliza.
Morning, Eliza.
Hi, how are you guys?
We're fine. What's up with you?
I have a big day today, and I wanted to share it with you guys because
Okay.
I have every morning with you on my drive to work.
Okay, what's the big day?
Today, I am defending my dissertation
Oh,
Wow.
for my PhD.
what is your theme? What is it about?
My dissertation is on juvenile offenders,
Mm-hmm.
looking at personality patterns and risk factors.
You're going to be a social worker?
A clinical psychologist.
Well, we could certainly use your services here.
I work in Utah County in community mental health, so I feel like I'm providing a lot of good services to people in need.
Yeah,
Great.
well, that's good.
Well, good luck. That's a lot of work that got you to this point, and you know your stuff. Trust that you know your stuff.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the well wishes, and you guys have a wonderful day.
Thanks. Hey, let me ask you, what school are you getting your PhD from?
It's called the University of Detroit Mercy. So I actually lived in Detroit for the last 12 years and moved back to Utah about a year ago for my internship.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming back. Thanks for what you do, and please check in again sometime.
Please.
All right. Thank you.
All
Bye.
right.
All right, we'll see you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, let's see what we have going on. Well, we had a report from our friend of the program that said there's a lot of cops out there, so maybe they're looking for speeders, and so be on your best behavior. Traffic lights not working at the intersection of Redwood Road and Pioneer Crossing in Utah County. Treat that as a four-way stop and expect some delays in that area. I don't have any accidents to tell you about. Maybe you're seeing something that friends of the program need to know about. You can text us 33986 if it's safe for you to text. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty, think Tim Daly.
All right, let's see, 627 coming up. We got big boy news, opinioendo, geek news on the way. We've got boner of the day coming up at about 7:20 with a retraction.
Yeah.
Coming up in the boner. And the X poll is coming up at 7:45. We want you to start thinking about this now. What is advice that you have for new people who are moving here to Utah, to the Wasatch Front?
Things you need to know.
Things that you wish that you could tell them to be aware of. Things they should be aware of.
And like maybe you moved here a few years ago, and you went, gee, this is odd, or I didn't know this.
I wish I had known this a while ago. Would have made life easier if I had known this.
So yeah, help out the newbies. All right? So be ready for that about 7:45. Stand by.
Hey, it's Marcy. You should join me right after.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus. Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are two radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that. Very sorry, Mr. Acme. Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Oh, don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We gotta get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Oh.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay, partner.
Sensuous. Sensuous. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-S-U-O-U-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our 2 Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn is on the roof of his lovely West Valley bungalow installing some new shingles. His friend LeVar is down below on the porch having a nice cold glass of root beer. Again, the word is sensuous. Looks like you're doing a bang-up job with them shingles, LeGrand. That hole's being patched up just fine.
Well, I got to get this done before the snow flies. I don't want no leaking on my food storage room again this winter.
Well, if you don't want no leaking in the food storage, then you should keep LeGrand Jr. out of there.
What?
Nothing. Looks like it's kind of hot up there, LeGrand.
Yep. I'm as hot up here as a tin roof cat house.
You're what?
Nothing. Hey, what's that you're drinking down there?
Rut beer. Nice, ice-cold rut beer. Bet you could use some up there.
Well, I could for sure. I'm as hot as a hot dog with mustard and relish.
Well, say, that's pretty hot. Bet you a nice cold Fanta root beer would sure go down good about now.
Yep, I'm really hot, LeVar. I'm so hot that if you was to, hold an old, dry Christmas tree next to me, it would just go up like a match.
What?
I'm a hot tamale, LeVar.
Well, that's hot. Hot for sure. Bet you could use a cold drink. Some Fanta root beer, maybe. Like the one I'm sitting here in the chaise lounge drinking right now.
Yep. I'm a firecracker, LeVar.
Why would you say that, LeGrand?
Never mind. I think maybe I'll just get down. Climb all the way down the ladder and go all the way into the kitchen and maybe get myself a sandwich and a cold drink.
What, cold drink, like a rut beer?
Maybe.
Well, what kind of sandwich would you get?
Pickled egg and tuna. Why?
Well, I was thinking that since you was getting down the ladder and going into the house, since you was doing that, maybe you could get me a sandwich as well and another nice cold root beer too? Since you was already thinking about going. of shingles nearly hit me. You should be more careful. That was an accident, wasn't it, Legrand?
Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
This first story I only mention in passing because I'm wondering who really cares what Meghan Markle thinks about the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade.
Not one person.
I don't know why this is here. She says, my husband and I talked about it, as many husbands and wives have done.
Mm-hmm.
He's a feminist too, she says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great to know that. Great to know it. Now, I do like to know this because I guess it's in character and it's disgusting. Machine Gun Kelly was seen smashing a champagne glass against his face with such a force that it shattered, causing him to start bleeding profusely from his forehead. He was at Catch in New York City late Tuesday. I don't give an F, bro. I don't give an S, he said into a microphone,
blah, blah,
then banged the champagne flute against his head, prompting shards of glass to go flying as the crowd screamed in terror.
Please notice me.
I just don't...
Please talk about me.
I can't... and there are pictures of blood pouring out of his head.
If you stop talking about me, I cease to exist.
I can't... I'm not talented enough to really... that doesn't carry me through. I have to do other things. Yeah. And R. Kelly finally going to do some time for his sexual crimes. 30-year sentence. 30-year sentence was the end of a long downfall for the former superstar. The sentencing in Brooklyn marks the culmination of a stunning downfall from R. Kelly. He was a superstar hitmaker. Then he became a shunned artist whose legacy became inextricable from his abuses. He had escaped criminal penalties for a long time, even though people knew about what he was doing. The crimes. I don't want to go into what the crimes were, but Gloria Allred was the lawyer for the victims. She addressed reporters outside the courthouse with at least one of the women who gave statements behind her. She said they wanted the court to understand their pain, what they went through. Being abused by R. Kelly. Well, Utahns really did tune out the Republican Senate race. Mike Lee against
Becky Edwards
against his two challengers, and by tuned out, only 45% of registered eligible voters actually cast ballots, and it was a pretty bad turnout. Mike Lee and his independent but Democratic Party-backed challenger Evan McMullen will be the two candidates in the November election. At least 4 people said to 2 News that they didn't know either one of them, while several knew Mike Lee but not McMullen.
Which means Mike Lee is going to be real.
Now,
I mean,
he seems confident, but there are polls that show them tied, or pretty much tied. So now, if Mike Lee supporters would just bear some of these things in mind. Former President Trump and others in the White House knew members of the crowd that had come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th were armed.
They knew it.
And could turn violent, but Trump wanted security lifted because they were not there to attack him. Now, and then Cassidy Hutchison this week testified about all of that. And Mike Lee was shown a montage of Democratic members of Congress urging supporters to confront Republican members of Congress, which Lee said was not different than Trump's actions on January 6th. Quote, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan, and I would expect that each of those individuals would take a mulligan on each of those statements, because in each instance, they're making it deeply personal. They're ceasing to make it about policy. Instead, they're getting up in people's faces and making individuals feel uncomfortable, and that's not helpful. Well, after he was criticized for that comment, bear this in mind, Mike Lee claimed he didn't say that. He said, I didn't want to give Trump a mulligan for January 6th. My reference to taking a mulligan was not to Trump, but to Democratic politicians.
Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan once in a while.
He's a liar.
He's a liar.
I want more stuff.
He was not as involved in the January 6th as many of them were. I think he was peripherally involved.
No, here's the pathetic thing. He wanted to be more involved.
Yes, he did.
He desperately reached out and wanted to be part of the in crowd.
John Eastman likes me.
That's the saddest part of this.
He wants to be one of the alleged cool kids.
Yes.
Now, I'm not particularly an Evan McMullen fan.
Me neither.
But Mike Lee?
I know.
Jeez. This was really great, I thought. A tweet this morning from Shireen Gorbani, who was on the county council. I believe she lost
she's great.
An election. But
I hope she runs again for something else.
She was, now she has been on a radio show that I listen to fairly often. What I think they call it Both Sides of the Aisle or something. And it's the left and the right with a center moderator. And she's the person who is liberal and on the left. And Dan McKay is the person who is on the right, the conservative. And then it's moderated by, now I can't think of her name right now. But she is actually pretty level and, does both sides pretty well. Well, anyway, Shireen Gorbani commenting on a Dan McKay tweet. The Dan McKay tweet said, I remain steadfast in being unapologetically pro-life and in my support for mothers, families, and children. To which Shireen Gorbani responded, I was in the committee room when you voted against covering all kids. Are you seriously interested in extending health care coverage to all of the nearly 80,000 children currently uninsured in our state? I am.
Good for her.
Dan McKay, by the way, he is, of course, the one who sponsored the anti-abortion law here in Utah.
The trigger law that went into it.
He's a loon.
Earlier this month. Now, I don't like this, and yet I do like it. Earlier this month, BuzzFeed News published a report after accessing leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings that contained 14 statements from 9 different TikTok employees showing that the company's engineers in Beijing, China, had accessed the data of American TikTok users between September 21 and January 2022. The leaked audio significantly corroborated previous reporting that suggests that China-based employees of TikTok parent company ByteDance did in fact access data of U.S. users.
You're sounding like a Trump fan now, Bill.
Why would that be?
That this is what remember when Trump was trying to say TikTok is not allowed? This is what this was about.
TikTok is owned by the Chinese.
This is what.
And there is an FCC commissioner now who wants TikTok removed from app stores. That's why I'm not a TikTok fan.
The Trump administration wanted to get rid of it.
Well, okay. There's one thing I agree with them on.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. I love that saying.
The old man stepped in there for a minute.
Yeah. In the chaotic minutes after dozens of migrants were found dead inside a tractor trailer sweltering under the Texas sun, the driver tried to sneak away by pretending to be one of the survivors, a Mexican immigration official said Wednesday. The driver, along with 2 other men from Mexico, remain in custody as the investigation continues into the tragedy. The death toll now has gone up to 53 dead people in this tractor trailer, the nation's deadliest smuggling episode on the U.S.-Mexico border. There have been big ones like this before, but not to this extent. Trucks packed with people who end up dead because of the heat. I didn't even bother to read this story. Tell me if I should.
Okay.
Here's the headline.
Okay.
Topless breastfeeding mom in boxer short tackles bald eagle to save pet goose.
I don't need to know any more than all of that.
Is that a Mad Lib?
I don't know. I can't picture it. What?
Say it again.
Topless breastfeeding mom in boxer shorts tackles bald eagle to save pet goose. Happened in Canada, apparently. Kate Oakley. This showdown was caught on motion-censored security cameras right outside of her home. Apparently, she ran out of the house while breastfeeding her 4-month-old baby because she saw a bald eagle trying to kill or mess with the pet goose they had in the yard.
Wow!
So that's she shared the clip on TikTok. Now the Chinese have got it,
and they'll do what with it?
I don't know. Well, but I mean, it's not that they have access to the video. They have access to all of the information that you have to put in to become a TikTok user. That's what it is. And finally, this rapper Spot 'em Got 'em. That's what he calls himself. Spot 'em got 'em. And
nearly killed him.
That's the only reason I'm doing this story, because his name is Spot 'em Got 'em. Was trying to get away from police officers while riding on a jet ski Sunday near Miami, Florida. Spot 'em Got 'em is best known for the success of his beatbox single after it climbed to the Billboard Hot 100. It's called Back from the Dead. Spot 'em Got 'em. And I thought, well, that's a kind of an interesting rap name. You could come up with your own, like Lickety Splickety, or Grabbity Nabbity, or Dunkum Junkum. I could be Bill Dunkum Junkum all.
Yeah, but you'd have to rap,
you
don't know how to do that.
Well, I'd learn just if I could go by the name Dunkum Junkum. All right, that's it.
You don't need to learn to rap if you want to be Dunkum Junkum.
Don't I?
No.
Okay.
Well, you could be a YouTube influencer.
Oh. Okay, there we go. That's what I'll do. All right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Shaquille O'Neal never seems to run out of criticisms for players in the modern NBA. He's a bit of a whiner.
He's a gadfly.
And he's been bitching about Rudy Gobert and his $200 million contract, because Shaq made about that much in his whole career.
He doesn't think Rudy Gobert is worth that.
Yeah. His highest salary for an individual year was $27 million his final season with the Lakers. Gobert makes an average about $42 million a year over the next. He's bitter. He's a little bitter.
He's entitled to his comments.
Weather. So that thunder wake you up last night? That lightning wake you up last night?
Yes.
That will continue again today. It'll be much the same. We'll have a pretty warm day, high of 93, and about a 40% chance of those afternoon thunderstorms happening overnight tonight and into tomorrow. And then we just sort of hover in the mid-90s forever and ever, it looks like. Traffic, we've got a crash. I-15 southbound approaching Banter Highway. Vehicles are on the right shoulder. Doesn't look like they're causing too much trouble right now. Crash southbound I-15 at 132nd South and Draper. That's milepost 290. That is off to the right shoulder as well. Crash eastbound I-80 at milepost 191. This is up at Summit County. And signal problems all directions. Redwood Road at Pioneer Crossing. Treat that as a four-way stop. For 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First. YouFirstCU.com.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. Geek News now brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
All right. Got a couple of trailers here for you to watch, and I have to be careful.
Oh.
They both got the swears in
Uh-oh.
So I gotta be careful. The first trailer, we give you these, and make you aware of them so that you can watch them at work, because we know you don't work at work. You just play around on the internet. But very excited for, I believe it's season 3 of the Harley Quinn cartoon, which is the strangest, funniest thing that you'll ever discover in your lifetime. It's
Happy 2-week anniversary! What is it with you and, bags of people? Harley, she's head of the Suicide Squad. You never returned my email. Why are you stirring up drama right now?
This is not drama, okay? What's she gonna do? She's wearing a pencil skirt.
It's been a while since we got the, Harley Quinn animated series season.
Are there famous people voicing these?
Yes. You got Harley Quinn as Kaylee Kawako. Poison Ivy is Lake Bell.
Oh, thanks. We've been doing a ton of banging.
They're a couple now, by the way. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. They've declared themselves. And let's see, also, of course, other DC villains. You've got King Shark as Ron Funches. Clayface is Alan Tudyk. Frank the Plant is J.B. Smoove.
Hey.
And, they're all there. It's the Eat, Bang, Kill tour.
Okay.
Which is also the name of a comic book miniseries that was written about in the comics. But July 28th is when they will return. And it looks like the Joker is back as well. So watch out for that. Now, here's another one that I want to make you aware of, because it's based on a really cool comic book. And it's going to be on your Prime Video, your Amazon Prime Video. It was a comic book from Brian K. Vaughan. It was critically acclaimed, and it's called Paper Girls. I want to play you just a little bit of it, and I'll explain the plot to you.
This is some kind of time travel. We're in 2019. We're going to get back to 1988.
So that's basically your basic plot right there. Is they're from 1988 and they've traveled forward to today.
Okay.
And they encounter their grown-up selves.
Okay.
So it's a really cool concept, time travel mystery. 4 girls on a fateful morning after Halloween transports them to our recent past of 2019 from 1988. And you've got Ali Wong as one of the lead people in it. It's got this kind of Stranger Things, Yellow Jackets feel to it. And it's coming to Prime Video. Paper Girls on July 29th. I think that'll be a fun show for you to watch.
Okay.
We did get an announcement about another Ghostbusters movie, a sequel specifically to Ghostbusters Afterlife, which was just in theaters recently. So that's they've got a release date for that, December 20th, 2023. I guess they'd better hurry and write something. Might be an idea. Let's see. I'm going to skip that. And that one. Looks like DC is only half-assing it at Comic-Con this year. I'll have more on that on Geek Show. Okay, here's the final story. I've told you about this, Disney World Star Wars hotel.
Yes.
Which is a fake cruise ship.
Oh, yeah.
It's the space cruise ship.
Fully immersive experience.
Very expensive.
Role-playing, it's like $5,000 for a couple just to go and stay for a few days.
Yeah.
Well, they've just felt like maybe we're not charging you enough for something ridiculous. They have, in the bar on the cruise ship, now
Mm-hmm.
a $5,000 drink.
I bet it's good.
We don't know yet. We don't even know what's in it yet. We've only seen a photo of it. And what's interesting about the photo of the drink is that it's served in what is called a camtono.
Okay.
Now, the first time the camtono was seen was in The Empire Strikes Back.
Is it big?
It looks like an ice cream maker.
Oh, okay.
As Bespin was being evacuated, there's a guy in an orange jumpsuit.
Yes.
His name was Wilro Hood, by the way. And he's run. I always loved it because I saw him. He's making sure to save the ice cream maker. And it was an ice cream maker. And they just thought, well, it looks futuristic.
Yeah.
So, of course, there can be no plot holes in the Star Wars universe. They have decided that this is something that stores gold and valuables.
Okay.
It's like a safe. And so they're serving it to you in an ice cream, a camtono.
Camtono.
$5,000 drink. Wow.
Get you real drunk.
All right, there you go.
Okay. Crash, I-15 southbound approaching the Banter Highway exit. Vehicles are on the right shoulder there. And other than that, things seem to be moving well. I don't have any other accidents or slowages to tell you about. But, of course, if you see something you think we need to know and it's safe for you to text, you can send that in at 33986. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. A morsel of murder is on the way. Also, X-Poll. Well, Boner of the day before that with a retraction. But the X-Poll coming up. Advice for those moving to Utah. Maybe you just moved here and you learned something on your own that you'd like to pass along to help newbies here in the state.
And we welcome all the new people.
Yeah, we do. And maybe you're a lifelong Utahn and you'd like to give a little advice to people who are just moving here. All right? That's coming up at the X-Poll about 45 minutes from now. KXRK Provo.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between, the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people walk. They'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking. I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I had forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but it turned the prayer wheels, anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls it Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
Let's see, it is 7:04 right now. And coming up, we do have your boner of the day with retraction.
Well, correction. I promised I would do it. So.
Coming up. That'll be at about 7:20 is when we'll start that. Then at about 7:45, 7:50, around that time, it's the X-Poll. Advice for newbies moving to Utah. Things you wish you had known.
When you moved here, yeah.
Or things that newbies have been talking to you about since you're a lifelong Utahn.
Yeah, they ask you questions like, what does this mean? Or,
what is this?
Why do people do this?
Exactly. So we're just here to help because we like the newbies here. Unlike some radio stations.
They don't want you here.
No.
All are welcome.
Well, not murderers.
Oh.
We don't want murderers.
Are you trying to lead into
murder? Yes, I am trying.
And now a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
Cold case solved.
Which one?
It's one you probably haven't heard of. So about 20 years ago, the body of a woman was found near Lake Powell, wrapped in a sleeping bag, tied up, and her fingertips were cut off.
Yeah.
Now, this has been a mystery for a while.
That was presumably so they couldn't use fingerprints to identify her?
Yeah. Before 2018, Linda Reyes Geddes was known only as the Maidenwater victim, the name of the spring near where her body was discovered north of Lake Powell in 1998. All that time, police kept hitting dead ends in an effort to find out who she was, who killed her, and why. DNA testing strikes again. This is solving so many crimes these days. We've finally been able to answer after 24 years. So Linda Reyes Geddes was born in Mexico. She met Edward Geddes in New Mexico, and they got remarried. They got married and relocated to Ohio 6 months later. She was about to fly from Ohio to Mexico to visit family. She'd packed a blue sleeping bag as a gift for her young cousin. This is all information that her husband gave when the police interviewed him when she went missing.
He was, of course, a suspect initially.
She never arrived. Well, he was a suspect in her disappearance.
Yeah.
So she never showed up in Mexico. Family called the police. Husband was interviewed. This is all in Ohio, I'll remind you. She was going from Ohio to Mexico.
But the body was found in Utah.
Body was found in Utah. So for 24 years, these are, her family doesn't know what happened to her. That's
presumably her husband doesn't know.
Now, he killed himself about 15 years ago in Vegas.
Okay. That sort of deepens the mystery, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, lots of reasons for that to happen.
Yeah.
They're figuring that he killed her and dumped her body here because neither of them had any connection to Utah. And he was right. They never put this together.
Oh.
But police have long suspected that he killed her. Now, on the rope that this woman was tied up with, they found male DNA on the rope. He killed himself 10 years ago or something. They didn't have him to get DNA from, so they did that thing where they go and find close relatives of his to see if the DNA matched.
And?
Because he was long gone, and it did.
Okay.
So they're saying...
Case solved?
Case solved. But it's all... If for not that technology, this unidentified body would have never... There's no reason for them to have connected her to...
The only thing we don't know is why.
Yeah. Because he's gone and she's gone.
What would have been the motive? Why? Yeah. Were there people that knew them that maybe said there was trouble? Or?
So she was Mexican. Her whole family's in Mexico. It's one of those, we never liked him kind of thing, but they never lived close to each other. So it's not like they had stories of...
There's a picture of her in the Tribune today. Lovely, lovely woman.
But the fascinating thing about this is police put out a photo of part of the body because they've been trying to solve this crime.
What part?
And she had a mole in her ear.
Okay. It didn't just crawl in there.
No. And somebody said, that looks like... I mean, what are the odds that someone would... I mean, I guess if you had lost a family member, you probably would be checking missing persons, unidentified body websites all the time.
We looked at that mole all the time to see if there were any changes, and she had to go to a dermatologist.
I mean,
maybe. I'm serious,
But a mole in her ear is the thing that finally made police go, I wonder if that's who this... It never occurred to them to think that she was this woman from Ohio.
That's right, because they didn't even know. Yeah, that's...
No, they didn't know who she was.
Yeah. So they wouldn't think...
A mole in your ear.
They didn't know to go check her husband's DNA. Yeah. Well, that's... Who do they say who recognized it?
It doesn't say.
Yeah.
But I don't have a mole in my ear, so I'm screwed if it's...
You have moles elsewhere.
I do.
Don't worry.
I don't know what would they use. That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
What would they use to identify you?
What's your
if
identifying?
If you were just a body that
your
turned
tattoos.
up somewhere.
Katie's got her tattoos.
Yeah, I've got tattoos, and I got metal in my back, and
My lack of tattoos.
I've got a
would be-
fake knee.
Well, Gina, maybe you ought to think about
This is
getting a
no.
tattoo.
This has got to be Gina. There's not a tattoo
Exactly.
on here.
No, get a little tiny tattoo on, like on the inside of your wrist that says, "If you find this body, please call," and then put a phone number.
Put our attorney's phone number.
Oh,
just
yeah.
in
You
case.
should always call the attorney first. So yeah, pretty cool that they are able to finally. I mean, the guy's gone and can't be. We can't find out what really happened, but at least we know who she is, and her remains now could be sent to her family, and they can.
And they must have some sense
Yeah.
of closure and all of that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there you go.
That was, in fact, a morsel of murder.
Murder. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Do we have any? We got a minute here. Do we have any business? that we
Well, I
need to-
should probably let
get to?
people know that for the holiday weekend,
Yes.
X96 is doing a full weekend of extras. So that's 2, sometimes 3 in a row from the same artist, going deep into the libraries for some of that. And it all starts Friday at noon with Marcy.
And I think it's going to stretch in through Monday morning. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I guess we better find out.
Because we're off next week.
Because we are off all next week. So, regardless of what
And
anybody tells you.
So many people are off next week.
Oh, yeah?
You have this story in the news, Bill?
No.
Delta Airlines.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, I don't have it.
So, first of all, Delta Airlines, the pilots are on
strike starting today.
Starting today.
Yeah.
Or they're having a
protest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
protest. But if you're scheduled to travel, and I am,
Gina,
between July 1st and the 4th, so this weekend, Delta Airlines is offering you at no charge to change your ticket to sometime after this weekend.
Oh.
They are begging you.
Please do not travel on this
Please do
weekend.
not travel. We will not penalize you. You can move your.
Well, that's damn nice of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just.
I won't penalize you.
I think there's probably a 50-50 chance I'll be getting on a plane this week, but we'll see.
Well, you might not have to go to the wedding.
There was also a story of a flight in Grand Rapids, Michigan. This was Delta also. They were offering passengers, I'll find this for you too, Bill, because you won't believe me when I say this.
Okay.
$10,000 to get on another flight.
They were offering that?
They were so oversold. I'll find you that story.
You don't remember what airline?
It's Delta.
Oh, it is Delta.
Yeah.
Corey in the chat room. Thanks for the stress. Flying Delta Sunday.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
There you go.
That's why I decided to go to Las Vegas because I'm just going to drive.
Yeah.
Here, I'll send
And
you
spend
this.
$5 a gallon for gas.
Let's see how driving is right now. We've had a pretty light morning, at least as far as accidents are concerned. That continues. I'm looking right now, and I have no accidents to tell you about. Maybe you have something to tell us about, though. You need to text us. Make sure it's safe for you to text, though. 33986 is where you do that. Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautimotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
All right. Boners coming up after these. Stand by for that. RenaissanceRanch.com.
Renaissance Ranch is an addiction treatment center in the program designed for male patients specifically. And if you are or a family member are addicted, you know how awful that is, how difficult it is to break the cycle of addiction. Well, Renaissance Ranch has a program that they think that can help you break that cycle, can help you be free of drugs or alcohol. Renaissance Ranch has residential and outpatient services. They're staffed by recovering addicts who have a lot of empathy because they understand what the addiction cycle is like. It's an amazing local family-owned program. Renaissance Ranch. Battling addiction is hard. They know it, and you certainly know it, but help is out there. Schedule a free consultation And just go to renaissanceranch.com. There's some really compelling success stories there, too. renaissanceranch.com. They accept most private insurance.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
The dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous. Try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2, health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amount to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list, all natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Oh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It has everything you want.
You can order food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel
Oh,
is very exciting.
It's a 3-sandwich day.
No help. No, hey. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. Wheat, it doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
.23. Time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day for today, June 30th, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
A Can't Buy It, Got to Win It, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
I've got boner candidate number 1 here, but I will remind you, 1 in 4 people don't know that caterpillars turn into
I
butterflies.
still don't believe that.
Boner candidate number 1, Ted versus Elmo.
Oh, boy.
Young Muppet Elmo, he proudly got his coronavirus vaccine weeks after the United States made the shots widely available for children under 5. The furry little red Sesame Street resident, he's been 3.5 years old since 1984. He acknowledged in his signature falsetto voice that there was a little pinch, but it was okay. His Muppet father, Louie, told Elmo, who was wearing a green bandage on his arm, that he was super duper while getting his shot. I had a lot of questions about Elmo getting the COVID vaccine. Was it safe? Was it the right decision? I talked to our pediatrician so that I could make the right choice, says Louie, the father. And he's looking into the camera, the Muppet looking into the camera. I learned that Elmo getting vaccinated is the best way to keep himself, our friends, our neighbors, and everyone else healthy and enjoying the things that they love. And then he hugged Elmo. Well, Senator Ted Cruz, Republican of Texas,
never afraid to take on a puppet,
shared that clip on Twitter and blasted the popular HBO PBS show because they allowed Elmo to, quote, aggressively advocate for vaccinating children under 5.
Helping children be safe and healthy?
He added,
yes, they did.
He added, you cite 0 scientific evidence for this.
It's Elmo.
The internet was quickly filled with comments on Cruz versus Elmo, with one person tweeting, I'm here for the right-wing meltdown because a puppet got vaccinated.
Yep.
The Food and Drug Administration granted emergency use authorization for the vaccine for young children. But Ted Cruz, along with other Republicans, was seeking more answers from the government before the authorization of the vaccine for children in that age group.
See, that's what these guys specialize in, these new Republicans. They don't legislate. They're after publicity and clicks.
This isn't the first time Cruz has had a run-in with Sesame Street. He criticized Big Bird last year when the yellow-feathered creature got his coronavirus shot. Ted Cruz versus Elmo versus Sesame Street. Just stop.
And Guy in the chat room is correct. He says, Carrie, excuse me, Elmo is a Muppet. Ted Cruz is a puppet.
There you go.
That's the difference.
Here's boner candidate number 2. No. That's it. No. On January 6, 2021, while MAGA enthusiasts rioted in and around the U.S. Capitol, the wife of Donald Trump, Melania Trump, was asked if she would like to tweet a statement encouraging peace. And the former First Lady responded with this word, no.
That's it.
According to ex-aide Stephanie Grisham, she personally sent a text to Melania saying, do you want to tweet that peaceful protests are the right of every American, but there's no place for this lawlessness and violence? Melania tweeted back, or texted back, no. No.
They are all horrible.
Yep. Yeah.
All of them.
That's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. And if the court wills it, I will start defending an old Texas law regarding the burning of witches.
Oh. Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
The Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
I should point out to Katie, it would be important maybe for her to tape this part, because this is a correction. To make sure we get this get this correction down, just this segment. I got an email yesterday regarding a boner candidate we had. The email said, hi, I'm reaching out on behalf of Wells Enterprises in regard to your story, and then it's got a link to our website where the boner candidate is. He says, it's the story of the toad found in ice cream. The email goes on to say, this story is factually inaccurate. I've included below the official statement from Wells Enterprises in response. Could you please update your piece accordingly to address the factual inaccuracies, including calling out Blue Bunny as the brand of ice cream in question? That might not even be the case, says this person. Plus, please let me know if you have any questions, and you can let me know once this has been updated. I would appreciate it. And it's signed Nicole Friedman, account director. Well, I responded to Nicole and said, well, thank you so much. I appreciate the update. That's her. I said, thanks for making us aware of this. We're more than happy to follow up on the air tomorrow. Now, if you click on the story on our website, there's already a correction there.
Yeah.
And the correction is from Delish magazine. It's in there. And they got a hold of Snopes, or they had Snopes look into it, which is a website that debunks things. And pretty much they said there's really no way that toad could have been
in the ice
cream. It obviously was put there sometime after the ice cream was put into the container. This woman was great. I said we will be happy to update it, and she said thank you. Please let me know when you do. I very much want to appreciate it. And she says please update the title to something like new ice cream flavor instead of taking out the name Blue Bunny. I don't. If it says that, we should take that out. I don't recall that it did. So anyway, happy to do that, Nicole Friedman, and there's your correction.
Okay.
Let's see. And you never know. You do stories like that, and you think, well, I'm just going on the basis of what I have in front of me, what's being reported. And I appreciate her, the way she reached out. It was not threatening or anything like that. It was just, It's like she understood. I understood that you were just doing a story, but
how would you have liked to have been her yesterday?
I am guessing she sent out hundreds of those emails.
Probably.
Yeah. More than 600 Utah National Guard personnel could still be without COVID-19 vaccinations despite deadlines requiring them to do so. The Pentagon has said Army National Guard soldiers are supposed to be vaccinated by today, the end of June. Air National Guard personnel have already passed their deadline. That was in December. Yet, according to data that Fox 13 received through the Freedom of Information Act, 95%, it says only, but I think that's 95 is pretty high.
That's high.
95% of Utah Air National Guard personnel were vaccinated as of June 1.
And they have to be vaccinated for all kinds of things and always have had. This is not new.
The figure was 91% for the Utah Army National Guard. So 95% of all it says Utah Air National Guard, and then Army National Guard is a little lower. That means about 120 Utah airmen and 500 soldiers have not had their shots. Utah also had a lower rate than active duty personnel. The Defense Department in December said 98% of active duty personnel had been vaccinated because they told them they had to. They're in the Army.
Just like they do.
You're in the Army, buddy.
For half a dozen other things, they have to be vaccinated. This is just one more that you have to do if you want to be part of the military.
Health officials have confirmed the 5th case of monkeypox in Utah. According to a statement from Salt Lake County Health Department, the monkeypox infection was acquired during international travel. This individual had a handful of contacts before diagnosis, and those exposed are aware and are monitoring themselves for symptoms. Experts said 4 of the confirmed cases were from Salt Lake County. The 5th was confirmed in Utah County. Monkeypox is not known to spread easily among humans. Transmission generally does not occur through casual contact. It's more intimate contact. Is how it happens, and it is something that if you get it, you can get better.
Treated.
Be treated, and you can get better. UTA is investigating the impeach Biden sticker.
Oh, good.
On the back of one of their maintenance trucks.
It won yesterday, I think. Didn't it win the
I
voter
believe it
yesterday?
did, yes.
They're investigating an employee who put the impeach Biden sticker on a UTA maintenance truck. Quote, I am not a very easy person to offend, but I do know a lot of people who are easily offended, and I can see this becoming an issue, said UTA writer Autumn Weaver. UTA writer William Scouthen said to keep opinions off publicly funded equipment. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
So anyway, UTA says we are looking into it. And I don't think it's a fireable offense, but you would say take that off. And don't do it again.
Put it on your private vehicle if you wish. But
the FBI has opened a widening investigation into sex abuse in the Roman Catholic Church in New Orleans, going back decades. A rare federal foray into such cases, looking specifically at whether priests took children across state lines to molest them, officials said. More than a dozen alleged abuse cases have been interviewed. Alleged abuse victims have been interviewed this year as part of the probe that's exploring, among other charges, whether predator priests can be prosecuted under the Mann Act, which is more than a century-old law that prohibits taking anybody across state lines for illicit sex. Some of the New Orleans cases under review allege abuse by clergy during trips to Mississippi camps or amusement parks in Texas and Florida. And finally, this story. This is really cool. There's a place in Southern California, a beach called Bruce Beach.
Yes.
And it was returned to the descendants of the black owners of that beach this week, nearly a century after the parcel of land was taken by the city of Manhattan Beach. The Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to give the land back to the family of the owners, Charles and Willa Bruce. Known as Bruce Beach, The resort had offered black families a place to enjoy the California life and was a labor of love for the couple. They purchased the land in 1912 for $1,225. And they built several facilities, including a cafe and changing rooms. And it was an oasis, a place where black families could come and feel as though they,
Because a lot of the other black families weren't allowed on other beaches.
The final blow came, though, in 1924 when the city took the property through an eminent domain and paid the couple a fraction of what they asked for it. The city wanted the land for a park. The property, now estimated to be worth $20 million, was transferred to Los Angeles County in 1995. The Governor Newsom signed legislation that would enable the county to return the beachfront property. This is a great thing that has happened, giving the beach back to its rightful owners.
These things usually don't happen.
No. So there you go. A nice story for a change.
All right. Weather, traffic.
So crazy thunderstorms overnight last night.
Boy,
we
I'll
could
say.
see that again tonight. It's kind of cool. Don't you like sleeping when that's going on? I think it's
not when it's that loud.
No, you don't. You're not sleeping when that's going on.
It was real bad.
I slept through it.
And bright, lights.
Yeah.
Lightning coming through your window. You're going to have that again tonight, looks like.
Yay.
And high of 92 today. We stay in the mid 90s, it looks like, for the foreseeable future. I'm looking all the way into Wednesday. Still going to see those that could even be close to 100 on Saturday, it looks like. Traffic has been really good this morning. I'm going to refresh this just in case anything's happened in the last few minutes. Nope, we have no accidents being reported. And you are not reporting any either. How do you do that? Well, you text it to us. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 3. If the court wills it, I'll start defending an old Texas law regarding the burning of witches. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, speaking to reporters last week, expressed support for the Supreme Court overturning past rulings on cases involving the LGBTQ community following the downfall of Roe versus Wade. In a separate concurring opinion Friday, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas questioned a number of the High Court's past rulings, including Obergefell versus Hodges, which established the right of same-sex couples to marry, and Lawrence versus Texas, a 2003 decision in which the court ruled against the state of Texas regarding a 1973 law that criminalized the act of sodomy. Thomas mentioned, Justice Thomas also mentioned Griswold versus Connecticut, which established the right of married couples to use contraception without government interference. In future cases, we should consider all this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell, because any substantive due process decision is demonstrably erroneous. So he's saying, look, we're going to go after the LGBTQ, the right to marry, and we're also going to start regulating contraception.
Believe them when they say this.
Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, said, all right, if they make that sodomy illegal again, I'll sure defend that. And if Clarence Thomas said that burning witches was what we should do, I'd defend that too.
What year are we living in?
Come on. Really? Really? Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, Ted versus Elmo. Little Elmo on Sesame Street. He got his coronavirus shot, and Ted Cruz is outraged. Boner candidate number 2, no. That was the one-word response Melania Trump gave to a text from her former aide that said, would you like to say something about the violence that's going on right now and ask the demonstrators to be peaceful? And Melania Trump texted back, no. And boner candidate number 3, and if the court wills it, Texas will start defending the burning of witches, too.
All right. You've got to decide of these three candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, June 30, 2022. All right? It's easy to vote. You can text your vote in. Just remember your candidate number, 1, 2, or 3. Put that single digit, the candidate that you think should win, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth, and she will take your voice vote live. You can say hi. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner of the Day, June 30, 2022. Vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. All right, you've only got 4 minutes to get your votes in. Right after we award Boner of the Day, it's the X poll. What's some advice that you have for those moving to Utah? We want to help the newbies. Something you've discovered or something you've been asked? Go ahead, make it so. It's the X poll.
I've said it before, and I will.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa. And we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between, the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market, to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places. And people walk, they'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking, I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but they turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized looking clothes, and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a delicious tofu dish for dinner.
And take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world, into America's wild 3D. Visit some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes of America, now playing at Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Even though the first two Boner candidates, Ted versus Elmo and Melania Trump, were good, solid candidates, they were just no match for the Attorney General of Texas.
Yeah.
If the Supreme Court says that if it's wrong for men to get married and have men's sex, you betcha I'll defend
I'm
that law.
uncomfortable by what other people do in the privacy of their own home.
109 votes for Boner candidate number 3.
All right, there you go. That's your Boner winner for today, June 30th. 2022, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That will be decided tomorrow.
Yeah.
By Dave the Flower Guy. And then we're off next week. So no Boner of the Week then. We need to let everybody know we're off next week. I think Bill Frost knows. Title IX sports, very important sports, we're off next week.
Yeah.
I think everybody's off.
And we're on vacation, honest.
Yeah. All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, check out A Quorum of Queens drag show at the Gallivan Center, July 7th at 8 p.m., a family-friendly, free-to-the-public show. We've got more information at x96.com.
The Radio from Hell X poll. There's something, I don't remember how this came up. We were talking to somebody on the phone about, nobody told me this about Utah when I moved here. Well, why don't you call us at 877-602-9696? And if you're new here and there's something about Utah you don't understand, maybe we can help you.
Yeah.
Or you moved here a long time ago and you went, oh, gee, this is different.
I wish somebody had told me this when I moved here.
So that will help people out. Just what is unusual for advice, some advice for people who are moving here.
877-602-9696. You can text too if you want.
Yeah.
For some people, they're at work or whatever and can't call. 33986 is where you do that.
Or they're shy.
This is hard for the three of us because
been here forever,
all our lives. Yeah.
I mean, I when I was little lived other places, but mostly I've been here.
I've lived other places, and there are. I mean, I noticed differences when I went to these other places and lived. That I could, when I went to Texas, I could get a drink and drink it in my car if I wanted to while I was driving. At the time, I think they changed that.
Yeah,
law.
that's not a good.
But it's
not a good thing.
That's not the point.
Oh, okay.
That's not the point. The point is, I went, what? That's weird. Well, when you moved here, you went, what? That's weird. That's strange. That's unusual. Or maybe that's great. I like what they do. So 877-602-9696.
Our attorney, Ed Bratz, when I moved here, I was told by an otherwise intelligent woman that if I wasn't married by 30, I would become sterile.
That's true. That's 100% true.
I believe that somebody told him that.
I was surprised that I can't buy a steak at the steak center.
Nothing to do with steak.
As Carrie likes to point out, this is radio.
Yes.
And so your voices are really beneficial if you would call us at 877-602-9696.
Free-range parenting.
That's just
a lot of it goes on here.
Letting your kids run wild, I guess.
I guess it does in the Utah neighborhoods. I think they feel like they're pretty safe.
Yeah.
And so they'll let their kids just. Yeah.
Now this is the big one. Don't look for wine or liquor at the grocery store.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Yeah. And it was a surprise to me when I went and lived in some places where you could
just get wine at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, wine in the store, wine in the store. Nothing bad happens when there's wine in the store.
I was just in New York, and we talked about this, that the restaurant had on the menu, they had French fries with aioli. Which they brought the aioli, and it was damn fry sauce is what that was. Your aioli is not your fry sauce.
Well, then it wasn't aioli.
Yeah.
If it was fry sauce, it wasn't aioli.
That's what they called it.
It was Thousand Island dressing.
877-602-9696. What do you want newbies to know who've just moved here?
On the subject of fry sauce, I've had so many people ask me what makes fry sauce the best or what is fry sauce. And my response every time is just try it. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, but everybody will know you're not from here.
You're not one of us. Somebody says trick-or-treating is done on Saturday if Halloween is on Sunday. Yes, that is a different
thing
here.
Craig on line 1.
Let's go to... Hang on, I got to get the interface up here. Oh, Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Oh, that's not Craig.
Oh,
Sorry.
no.
Here's Craig.
Hello, Craig. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. What are you new here or?
I moved in 2010.
Okay. And what did you notice that was different?
I moved from a place where white people were the minority, and so the first thing I moved here when my mom picked me up off the Greyhound was, where's all the ethnicities?
It's so white.
Yeah. Honestly, it was.
Yeah.
It is shocking. We take it for granted, kind of, but it is shocking if you're not used to being somewhere that is so white to come home here and go, it really is.
Where did you live, Craig?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, did it make you feel uncomfortable that it was so white?
Almost, yeah.
Well, you just didn't know where to go for all the good food.
Exactly. It's the Cajun and stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, Craig, thanks for calling in, and we're glad you're here.
All right.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Craig. Let's see. I moved here in 1980. Every news station said July 24th is the state's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I just moved back here from Texas. I was surprised at how terrible the dog parks are here. Oh, no. We got some good dog parks now.
Line 2 is Grumpy Grandpa. That's.
You want to go to Grumpy Grandpa?
Yes. Yeah.
Got a couple of lines open at 877-602-9696. Grumpy Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa.
It says don't go to Moab. What do you mean by that?
Because there's too many people in Moab now?
Yeah, there's too many people in Moab. Lots of people, at the camping areas.
Mm-hmm.
And there's lots of other really nice places to go other than Moab and the Uintas.
That's because you want it for yourself, right?
No.
No?
I don't go there anymore because they're too crowded.
Yeah. So that's what you want people. You want people to go other places so you can go there.
Sure. But there's lots of places to camp other than Moab. And the
all right, we got the point. Okay, thanks, Grandpa.
Thank you, Grumpy Grandpa. Both my parents are transplants. Shocker to them was the posted speed limit means nothing. Our roads are the wild, wild west. Side note, my dad met Ed Brass when he was going through a divorce. He told him, "I hear you're an a-hole." Brass replied, "I am, and I'm for hire." Here's one, sales tax on food.
There are places that don't have that.
A lot of places.
A lot of places. All right, let's take another quick call from Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Go ahead.
Hi. I grew up and lived in Utah until I graduated college and moved to Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
My culture shock moment was as many churches in Utah at every single corner. Switch that out with bars and liquor stores in Wyoming. And I could imagine the opposite being true for people moving to Utah going, where's the liquor store?
Yeah.
That's a church, not a liquor store.
Yeah, and Heather, we have complained about this. And again, there's one liquor store that stays open until 9 o'clock in the whole city.
Yeah.
There's one. It's right down there on 2nd West.
Yeah.
And there's just one. The rest of them close at 7. That's just unconscionable.
That is ridiculous, isn't it?
But thanks, Heather.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather. All right.
Yep.
Talk to you later. Let's see. The X poll continues. 877-602-9696. Tips for newbies moving to Utah. Maybe you have been one. Maybe you have heard them. Help a newbie out. All right. Traffic.
Things are moving well. I'm not seeing any accidents on the UDOT website, and you haven't sent any in via text at 33986, but that's where you send it if it's safe for you to text and you see something out there. X96 welcomes the Black Keys to USANA Amphitheater July 11th with special guest Band of Horses. Listen to Radio from Hell and Todd Newcomb all week long for your chance to win tickets. Go to x96.com for contest details and ticket links.
All right. 877-602-9696 is the phone number. If you've got tips for people moving to Utah, things they should be aware of. Wendys for breakfast. Download that Wendys app. It's easy to find in your app store there, and it's free. And using the Wendys app, then you once you get registered and everything, then you can access this deal. This is through the Wendys app only. 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendys app. So you can get 2 great breakfast items for only $3. Your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg and cheese biscuit, or the sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant for just $3. So if you're headed to work, pick it up on the drive-through on the way, and then you can, give the extra sandwich to your coworker, or put it in the fridge and have it for lunch if you're like me. But that deal is available only through the Wendys app. And as you're driving home late at night, French fries. You get a craving for a French fry. Just a quick little French fry break. The hot and crispy French fries at Wendys are preferred over McDonald's, almost 2 to 1. And they want to make sure that they are hot and crispy. So if you go to Wendys and the fries aren't hot and crispy, let them know, and they'll make you some that are. It's Wendys.
Join
Okay, the shop sells, it's called how would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by...
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run. Yeah, that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was...
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts,
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
That is the contact info.
Our lines are full, but keep trying. We'll take some phone calls now. 877-602-9696. What do you got? Advice for new people moving to the state of Utah?
So we've had a lot of observations.
Hang on, Braden.
This is an actual tip.
Okay.
That's helpful. Somebody says, keep a small stock of your most common wine and spirits in the basement, even if you don't drink often. That way you have something when guests come over, so you don't find yourself in a situation like Bill was saying where, the liquor stores you can't just run to the store and get some.
Yeah.
Keep some
stock up
on hand.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Braden. Hi, Braden.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for letting me call in.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My advice would, the people that come from out of state, you cannot get a double shot at the bar. You have to buy them separately.
Yeah, you can't, and they won't put two in front of you. You have to. There used to be that you could get what was called a sidecar, which was a way around it. So you'd order a gin and tonic with a gin sidecar, which gave you the shot of gin in the tonic, and then just a little shot glass of gin, which you would then pour in the tonic, so that you had.
Can't do that anymore.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. All right, let's go to
sidecar.
Mark. Hi, Mark. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
So thanks for letting me listen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I have an observation. So I moved here in '87 when I was a teenager from Las Vegas, and it took me a couple of weeks to realize what the weird thing to me was. There are no slot machines in the grocery stores.
Yeah.
How did you ever survive?
It's weird. It is weird because when I went to Las Vegas for the first time, I remember, there's a slot machine in the gas station.
In the gas station.
You know, what?
Yep, I grew up around all that.
Well, yeah, if you grew up around it, it would be weird for you.
Well, you got used to it, though, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. And being a out-of-state Mormon, it was very different being a Mormon around here, too.
Yeah, that's why I've heard that. Well, thanks for checking in with us.
Have the rest of a nice day.
All right.
Thank you.
See you, Mark.
Thank you. Let's go to, this is Tia. Hi, Tia.
Hi. Thanks for letting me listen. Good morning.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
So I would say eat before the wedding, because when we moved here, we would go to a wedding, we would fast all day, so we would have this big meal at the wedding, and we get there, and there's Jordan almonds and dinner mints.
Yeah.
And the waiting line to say hi to the bride and groom.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, I have been to weddings here where they have, like tuna puffs and ham puffs and stuff. But
Also salad.
Yeah, but you're right. A lot of
You're not going to get a big meal.
No.
Yeah, mostly not.
Yeah.
Mostly not.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Tia.
Thanks, Tia.
All right, let's go.
Thank you.
Let's see. It's best friend of the program, Allison Sabo.
That is correct. So I had a friend move here from Los Angeles, and he got a ticket for speeding through a school zone, and he complained about it to me because apparently those don't exist in Los Angeles. They just kind of get the kids out there and have them fend for themselves trying to cross 6 lanes of traffic. So, yeah, school zones are definitely a thing, and slow down or else you'll get like a $400 ticket.
All right. Thanks,
Wow.
Allison.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. Let's see. Here's another traffic-related one. If you slow down at a red light, best case scenario, you get honked at. Worst case, you get rear-ended.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's another driving one. When I moved back from Virginia, I was amazed at how everyone here drives like every other driver on the road just said their baby sister was batting. Huh? I don't know.
877-602-9696 if you want to call in with advice for new people
Here's
coming
another piece of advice. Buy a humidifier and sleep with it every night. If you're moving from a
dry climate.
You're moving to a dry climate, you're going to want a humidifier.
here. I actually put the humidifier in my bed. It's just right there.
If you want to sound like a local, it's 4th South, not 400 South. I remember that one when Mr. Manley came to visit us. And he says, how do I get around in this town? I don't understand it. You've just got numbers.
Yeah.
I said, actually, the numbers are easier.
Yeah.
Think of the temple,
a grid,
as the center where everything radiates from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just how many blocks you are from the temple.
And then once I explained that to him, he was like, "Oh, I get it. Okay."
I like the when you're using your Google Maps on your phone, and it says 1,320 south.
Yeah.
You know,
where is that?
what?
I don't even know where that is.
1,320 south.
Let's see. I worked in a national park for a while. I'm from Utah. I made a lot of friends who were from Florida. When we visited Salt Lake together, the mountains are big. Fry sauce is a thing. In southern Utah, cows walk around on the road. The heat is dry. My Florida friends took so many pictures of cows just walking around the desert in southern Utah.
I have heard people who move here say the first, like people from back east is like, what, geez, look at that.
Well, I remember we were driving when we headed that car from New York, and they kept saying the something mountain range, and it was just
little bumps.
Not a mountain.
Kind of hills.
Yeah.
We're like, that's mountains.
You want mountains? I got mountains.
You're adorable. Let's see. Yeah, I like that stocking the wine.
Yeah,
and
I like.
spirits.
That's what we're looking for advice. Here's things you need to know to do or not to do when you're here.
People in school disappear for a whole period to go across the street and talk about stuff that you would ordinarily talk about on Sunday. Yeah, the whole seminary thing is hard to explain to people.
Here's some advice I could give to people. Always make sure that you have a 2-year supply of food in your basement.
Somebody says Sunday is the best day to drive around, but the worst day to try to accomplish anything.
You know, it used to be the stores weren't crowded on Sunday, and that's why I'd always go shopping on Sunday. It doesn't seem to be that way anymore.
That's because of all those new people here.
I guess so. Michael. Hi, Michael.
Mike.
Hey, how are we doing this morning?
Good. What's the what thing have you noticed, or what advice do you have?
You know, the advice I would give somebody moving here is that if you go to a restaurant and you order a scone, you're not getting a biscuit.
Yeah.
You're getting Native American fry bread.
Yes.
Yeah, you're getting fry bread.
Yeah, we call those scones here.
You're right. That's a different.
And I missed the scone cutter because they would use those to serve sandwiches. They'd cut them in half. That was the bread, and you put your meat and your lettuce and everything in there. Oh,
Dangerous.
Delicious.
Mike, thank you. That's a good observation.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go to Dennis. Hi, Dennis.
Hi there. My advice is never go to Wendover on conference weekend.
Never go to Wendover on conference weekend.
Nope, they take the day off of church and go to Wendover. You can't even get into a slot machine.
Yeah, well,
that's good advice.
I'm sure that's true. Thank you.
And don't forget to buy your fifth on the 3rd for the 4th.
You buy your fifth on the 3rd for the 4th.
Dennis, you're a wise man.
You are.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Dennis. All right. Let's see. And people are talking about the hours of liquor stores now. Seems to be the. Let's see. Leash laws are not enforced. And the only thing that comes close is that some hiking areas do not allow dogs.
Yeah, keep your dogs on a leash. I know you're like, no, he likes to run loose, or he's nice, or don't do that.
Take a taxi or an Uber, so you don't get a DUI. Well, that's just good advice for everywhere.
No front runner on Sundays.
Yeah.
That is, except conference weekend. And then they'll run it.
When someone offers you funeral potatoes, do not turn them down because of the word funeral. They are delicious.
True. Absolutely. And there are as many different recipes for funeral potatoes as there are people who will offer them to you.
Exactly.
Everybody is a little different.
Here's a good tip. If you go to a restaurant like Lucky 13 or Prohibition, you must have a scannable valid ID, or they can't or won't let you in.
Yeah, they won't.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's another one. When we moved from Washington, D.C., my son, who was 7, after 2 weeks, asked, "Where are all the brown people?"
I like this. Learn the Utah segregation keywords like family friendly.
Yes.
Modest attire.
Yes.
Or modest is hottest.
Modest is hottest.
And there will be wine fasting. What?
Wine tasting.
Oh, wine. And there will be wine tasting. Those words make it possible for saints and Gentiles to never have to socially interact with each other in any meaningful way.
Yes. Family friendly is a buzzword that I look for.
Yeah. And if modest attire is required, don't go.
Yep. And if I see family friendly, I go, I don't know.
What, you hate families, Carrie? Is that what you're saying?
It just means there's usually nothing there for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Front runner, expect delays of 15 to 20 minutes northbound from Salt Lake Central to Farmington and southbound from South Jordan to American Fork. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 330. This is Layton Parkway in Davis County. 2 left lanes are being affected there. And that's it. We've had a really good commute this morning. If you see something that's an issue that friends of the program need to know about, you can certainly text us 33986. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
All right, coming up after these messages, keep that phone number ready. It's Beat Gina. Let's see, what's the prize?
We have Lost 80s Live tickets.
And the trivia is Willy Wonka trivia.
Okay.
Not those trashy Johnny Depp ones.
No,
the original
the
one.
old school.
Oh, good.
From 1971. It was released on this day in 1971.
Okay.
So Willy Wonka trivia for Lost 80s Live tickets, the show where nearly every band from the 80s will appear on stage at one time. It's a festival.
The ones that are alive. Well, actually, I think there might be one that isn't alive.
There might be.
It's Flock of Seagulls, Wang Chung, English Beat, Missing Persons, Naked Eyes.
For English Beat alone,
yeah.
you'd want to go.
Why do you always want to leave out Stacey Q? Huh?
Well, I know you love her.
I do.
We'll have that for you. So call now, 877-602-9696. Line up to Beat Gina, pop culture trivia. Wendy's for breakfast. You got to get that Wendys app. They do a lot of specials in the app that are not available anywhere else but the app. You order through the app. You can pick the location of the Wendys that you wish to hit the drive-thru and pick it up there and save a little money. Like this deal for breakfast, the 2 for $3 mix and match deal. Only in the Wendys app can you get this deal. Your choice, the sausage or bacon, egg and cheese biscuit, or the sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant. You can get 2 sandwiches for just $3. They are delicious. I will take the Swiss croissant one. Thank you very much. And it's only available through the Wendy's app. The other thing they want you to know is that they are proud of their French fries at Wendy's. They are hot and crispy and are preferred over McDonald's almost 2 to 1. The other thing they want you to know about is they're guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you get some that are not hot and crispy, let them know. And they will make you some that are hot and crispy. It's Wendy's. Radio from Hell.
We're broadcasting here from Namche Bazaar in Nepal. We're sitting in my room at the Zomling Guest House and Panoramic View restaurant. I met the owner a few minutes ago and did a little interview with him. Maybe you'll hear some of that coming up on the show at some point. An interesting man. His name is Saddam Sherpa, and he is he's from Tibet. He came here from Tibet And I was just going to ask Geljan, you don't mind being on the radio for a second, do you, Geljan? I'll come over and sit by you. I heard people asking you today about Sherpa. What is that? Is that a last name, or what is it, or why do they say Sherpa?
Yeah, Sherpa means the name of our caste. We have different family name. Like, for example, my name is Geljan Sherpa, and then my family name is Lama. Yeah, so I really want to make it clear the people who are very confusing about the Sherpa people. The people think the Sherpa is like our name of our profession. So it's wrong. So Sherpa means our caste name.
It's a caste name. And what does Sherpa mean? You told me that today.
Sherpa means in our language that we are Eastern people. We came, Shar means East, Pa means people, and we came from the east part of Tibet. So that's why.
Why did you all come here from Tibet?
Yeah, there's a quite confusing. Somebody says there's two things. Somebody says maybe that time there was very big influenza disease, and so that people were very scared, and they come over here to the Nepal. And somebody says there was a war. There's like a civil war, and then there's a people they lose the war, and then they came over here. And but yet we don't know which one is true.
And this was hundreds of years ago, right?
No, it's approximately 500 years ago. We don't have exact data.
Yeah, 500 years ago. And from what I've heard you say about Tibet, I mean, there's a kind of a longing for Tibet. Is that true? If somehow you could go back to Tibet, is there some feeling like that?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused about your question.
I mean, you hold Tibet with a great deal of reverence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Tibet is, of course, really no more. And we'll talk to Geljan later on in the trip too. He's very worried. He thinks the Sherpa people are going to be no more at some point. And so we'll talk about that. But that's it for now. I'm Bill Allred, broadcasting at the Zamling Hotel and Panoramic View Restaurant in Namche Bazaar, Nepal.
Open 602-9696 to get those Lost 80s live concert tickets.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny? Huh? I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election, and like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway, and I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote? And they have something called an absentee ballot, and they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot, and man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor? Huh? Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
It's time to beat your swords into plowshares and your spears into pruning hooks. Time to put away childish things, because it's time to beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Do you want to keep a winning smile? Then chew Dentine gum. It keeps breath fresh and teeth white. Dentine. And now, how about a hosanna and a hallelujah for the man with the brightest smile on radio today, Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. All right, we have the randomizer has chosen a contestant for us. It is JJ. Hello, JJ.
Hi.
Hi, JJ. All right, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, JJ?
Tails.
All right, coin toss app says heads.
I get to start.
I mean, Gina has the first question. If you beat Gina today, JJ, you're going to win those Lost 80s live concert tickets.
They're coming to Maverick Center August 12th. Flock of Seagulls, Wang Chung, English Beat, Missing Persons, Naked Eyes, Animotion, Dramarama, Tommy Two-Tone, Musical Youth, and Bill's favorite, Stacy Q.
I like Stacy Q as well.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. But if Gina beats you, JJ, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Well, I have a local restaurant, the Honolulu Grill, but I also have a lot of old sleeping bags that I'm going to take to the Humane Society.
Oh, great.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much.
And where is the Honolulu Grill?
It's off 2700.
All right. Yeah, there
Kidding.
you go. Yeah.
And Redwood.
All right. I know how to drive there.
Okay.
You're not from here, Johnny.
He's transplanted from game show land,
Yes.
you know. All right, Gina, this first question is for you to answer exclusively. If you get it correct, you get the point. If you get it incorrect, I'm going to let JJ answer it, and she possibly will steal the point away from you. We'll go back and forth like that until one of you has 3 points. Gina, Willy Wonka, the original, released on this day in 1971. Gene Wilder, you know that
Wonderful,
one.
love it.
Which of these, hold still, JJ, all right? Which of these isn't a lickable flavor of the lickable wallpaper? So one of these is not.
Okay.
Is it A, orange, B, ketchup, C, plum, D, snozberry?
The snozberries do taste like snozberries.
Yes.
I believe Donald Trump would be upset to learn that ketchup was not one of the
That
flavors.
is true. It is a White House exclusive.
That's 1 point for Gina, and now JJ, climb into the game.
JJ?
Ready.
What makes Willy Wonka's office so unique? Is it A, everything was cut in half, B, Willy Wonka's office, officially furnished by Farrah Abrams Furniture Store and Children's Boutique in Lakeway, Texas. Oh, wait, it's closed. C, everything was edible. D, 3-inch red shag carpeting.
I'm going to go with edible.
Everything was edible is incorrect.
Oh, Gina.
Jose.
Oh, it was, yes, everything's cut in half.
Everything was cut in half.
It's 2 points for Gina.
Wow.
JJ, Gina now controls the question, and she may just stomp your butt.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. And I have so many good Willy Wonka questions. Thank goodness we're taking a week off, and y'all will forget by then. All right, Gina, here's your question.
Okay.
Offset.
Oh.
The actors that played the Oompa Loompas were known for what?
Okay.
Was it A, murder?
Murder.
B, trying to find 11,780 more votes for Mr. Salt's presidential bid? C, hard partying? Or D, eating all the food at craft services?
I'm going for the win with hard partying.
Hard partying.
Well, there it is. She skunked you, JJ.
Wow.
No prize for
Hang
you.
your head in shame.
No prize for
Oh, but Johnny, she's taking sleeping bags to the puppies and kitties.
Well, then, Gina, why don't you give the prize to her?
Why don't you just give it to her?
JJ, I'm going to get you some tickets to the Lost 80s live show at Maverick Center on August 12th.
All right.
All right, thanks, Gina.
You're welcome.
Hang on. Hang on, JJ. Someone will come on the line and tell you how to get those tickets.
Oh. I've got to go. I'll be late for Bible study.
Oh.
You don't want to be late for that. News and Opinnuendo brought to you by
X96 welcomes Turnstile live at the Complex October 28th. Listen all week with Corey O'Brien to win tickets. More information at x96.com.
Thank you.
This story is, I think, kind of fascinating. Bob Dylan is in town I think tonight.
Oh.
And some of his biggest fans are using this show to rekindle their search for any sort of recordings from his performance in Salt Lake City 46 years ago.
Oh.
A show that is almost mythical now among Dylan fans. That's because the concert, which was at the old Salt Palace in the spring of 1976, reportedly contained an unusual set list featuring songs that Dylan rarely or had never performed in public. This is probably the holy grail Dylan tape at this point, said Ray Padgett. Now, why would there be a tape? Well, apparently, they recorded every show on this tour. It was the Rolling Thunder Review, which was an unusual lineup. Joan Baez was on it, and so Joan Baez was here performing.
You didn't go?
I did not. There was
that would have been something you must not have been here because I
think I was gone.
You would have gone to that.
According to a 1976 report from the Deseret News, which reviewed the show, Dylan had been on tour raising money for the Defense Fund for Reuben Hurricane Carter, which is, by the way, Hurricane is a great Dylan song. It's a former boxer who was convicted of murder in 1967. By all reports at the time, the tour was part incredible and part chaotic during its run in late 75 and early 76. The tour did not come without controversy. Nick Snow, the Deseret News music writer at the time, wrote that problems emerged in some cities. Austin, Texas, for example, fans were irate when they found out that their $9 tickets didn't exactly reserve them a seat. It was just general admission. They didn't realize that. But the Salt Lake City show, again, most of all of those shows were recorded. And there's also a movie, I think it's called Rolling Thunder, but it is a chronicle of that entire tour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Dylan was on stage and he would wear like white face makeup, and
I've seen those pictures.
Very unusual. Anyway, people keep thinking there must be a recording of this Salt Lake one somewhere, but no, I don't know. Interesting to speculate. And Cameron Diaz, the actor, is coming out of retirement.
We're not going to have her as an intern anymore?
She officially confirmed her retirement from Hollywood in 2018. Well, she's going to be in a new Netflix film called Back in Action. Jamie Foxx apparently talked her into coming out of retirement.
He could be very persuasive.
To be in that movie with her. The last feature film she was in was Annie.
She played Miss Hannigan.
Yeah. Netflix has not set a release date yet for the film, but Jamie Foxx wrote on Twitter that production is set to begin this year. And Iggy Pop, this is fascinating. A year after the release of his first solo album in decades, Big Mess, and a few months after his mind-bending appearances at Coachella, Danny Elfman will return with a star-studded remix album, Bigger, Messier. The record, due out August 29th, features rejiggered versions of some Big Mess songs with guest shots by Trent Reznor, Health, many others, and also, apparently, Iggy Pop doing a spoken word version.
I'm a celebrity. Kick me. I'm a celebrity. Hey, kick me. I'm a celebrity. Kick me. I'm a celebrity. Losers not invited. Losers not invited.
Well, if that's your cup of tea, go ahead. Dr. Anthony Fauci is recovering from a rebound bout of COVID. He disclosed that he had suffered from what appeared to be a rebound of COVID-19 after taking a 5-day course of Paxlovid. And I think it saved my life. Kept me out of the hospital. The Paxlovid kept him out of the hospital, he says. It did what it was supposed to do. Dr. Fauci is 81, and for him to get COVID is dangerous. But he didn't have to go to the hospital, and he is recovering. Abortions are temporarily still available in Utah because the Planned Parenthood Association of Utah immediately went to court the second that Roe versus Wade overturned decision by the Supreme Court. They immediately went and applied for an injunction to challenge Utah's trigger law, and they got it. So for the next few days, and there are people who are availing themselves of that in the next few days. Park City Mountain Resort owner Vail Resorts, they own it now, has taken a stance on abortion. They're offering travel reimbursement for their employees who feel that they need to travel somewhere and get an abortion. This is, you remember Ronnie Jackson? He was...
Dr. Ronnie.
Yeah, he was a doctor at the White House, Donald Trump's doctor. You know, the one who once claimed that President Trump was so healthy he could live to be 200.
He's the healthiest person I've ever looked at.
Well, Ronnie Jackson asked a question on Twitter, but he probably didn't like the answers he received.
Yeah.
He said, what was the best thing about President Trump? He received 20,000 replies. However, most of them were variations on the same thing. What do you like best about Trump? The day he lost.
That was the best thing.
What was the best thing? His departure. The day he left because we fired him. That he's no longer in office. And he got more. His dance moves And there's a little video of him trying to do a dance. Yeah, that's the one. So it goes on like that. And Adam Kinzinger, who's on the January 6th committee, Democrat, or no, Republican.
He's the only rhino, Bill.
He's the only other Republican other than Liz Cheney, lashed out at Lauren Boebert after the extreme congresswoman said she believes, quote, the church is supposed to direct the government.
Which church?
The church.
You know.
Which one is that?
The government is not supposed to direct the church. That is not how founding fathers intended it, she said. The First Amendment from 1791 states, quote, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Yeah.
This is widely held to mean that the church and state should be separate.
Yeah. That's why they came here in the first place.
Yes.
Because there was the Church of England that was in charge of everything, and they didn't like that. So she won her primary, by the way.
She did.
Damn it. Kinzinger likened Boebert's vision to that of the Taliban. He said, there's no difference between this and the Taliban. We must oppose the Christian Taliban. I say this as a Christian, he said.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Okay, so FIFA has already sold 1.8 million tickets for the World Cup. Soccer's a thing, guys. The whole tournament kicks off November 21st. In baseball, here's folks who won yesterday. The Brewers, the Yankees, Pirates, Astros, Padres, Royals, Tigers, Mariners, Braves, Red Sox, Marlins, Dodgers, Guardians. You don't know the Guardians.
It's the name change.
It's the name change.
That's the new one. That's the new name.
It's the Cleveland
Bridges.
Yeah. The Angels, they all won yesterday. Weather, so it'll be a lot like yesterday. We're going to have a warm day today, highs in the mid-90s, and then those thunderstorms could roll back through this afternoon and evening, just like we had last night. Traffic, friend of the program says motorcycle cops are all over I-15 South between 106 and Lehigh. Drive safe, y'all, it says. Crash southbound I-15 approaching Layton Parkway. 3 left lanes are blocked. Traffic quickly backing up before the Hillfield exit. It's been moved to the right shoulder, but traffic's still very slow in that area. Front runner update, expect 20 to 25-minute delays northbound from Farmington to Ogden and 10 to 15 minutes southbound at Orem. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Don't forget, coming up in about a half hour from now, it's Frank Christ Presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Our Dead Celebrity Game, where you could win concert tickets, I believe, right?
Yeah, Black Keys tickets.
Nice. Stand by for...
I like your shirt, by the way. New shirt?
No.
What?
Old shirt.
You never wear it, though.
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know.
It's a nice shirt.
I don't wear it very often.
Well, you should.
Okay. Great.
I gave you a compliment.
Then maybe I will. I will wear it as often as I ever do, which is not often. It's a shirt that I bought. I remember exactly when I bought this shirt. It's when there was an Old Navy over here on 4th South. Over there
Where
on 4th
Trader
South.
Joe's is going to be.
Yeah. There was an Old Navy there, and I went in there one day, and they had this big pile of shirts on the floor. I'm not kidding, as Old Navy does sometimes. And they said all of the shirts in this pile are $1.20. I'm not kidding. $1.20. And I thought, this shirt being $1.20, that's a negative money.
Yeah. It costs more than that to...
Yeah, there's more material in this shirt. There's more little, Vietnamese or Singaporean child finger blood in this shirt from sewing the buttons on. And so I bought it for $1.20 off the floor at the Old Navy.
You would not think that.
It's not. It's just a dumb shirt.
You should have kept the receipt in the pocket.
My sister bought a coat
But we
once.
never do a 120 time check, Gina. So
My sister bought a coat once that was on sale, and it ended up being $7, and she kept the receipt in the pocket so that anytime anybody said, I like that coat.
Her sister, Minnie Pearl.
No, Mikkel.
Just to
I
prove.
like that coat. She'd say, $7. No, it's not. I have the receipt.
That's
She
see,
kept it in the
that's
pocket.
right there. Right
$7 coat.
That is the see again. That's the kind of thing that the Barbary girls are interested in.
$7? I don't believe that was $7.
But you could have a debate with some other people about the political situation in Tibet or the existence of God. But when you're debating with the Barbary girls, it's whether Bill Murray is going to go crashing parties and how much the coat cost. Is she the good-looking one?
They are all good-looking.
No, they are not.
They are. All of my sisters are good.
Lolita! Certainly not. All right, let's get this over with.
One is better looking than the others.
No, they are all good.
It's that one that's really good looking, and then there's
Why you guys do this?
there's an okay one, and
I
then
get
there's
phone
that other
calls
one.
every time you do this.
Which one is he talking about?
They know.
Yeah,
They know.
all. I'm surprised they call. All they have to do is look in the mirror.
Yeah,
you know.
Me,
all
Come
they
on.
have to do is look at a family photo, Gina. They'll all point to the good-looking one.
All the Barbary girls know. They know who the good-looking one is. It's true.
So we're not making these things up.
8:49 right now. And is it an official update?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Hello, sailor boy.
We haven't had one of these in a while.
Sailor boy.
So if you go to x96.com/live, you'll see a picture that
Looks like he's in the army.
Well, so my son Festus posted this.
He finally shaved this.
He did shave the mustache.
Thank God. Thank God.
He looks great.
He looks great, and I was confused by this picture because he tagged it MacDill Air Force Base.
Uh-oh.
Now, Festus is in the Navy, and I was very confused because did he switch and not tell me?
Is he in a different state?
This is in Florida. It's in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Because he's stationed in Jacksonville.
But MacDill is
It's an Air Force base in Florida.
not in Jacksonville.
No, I think it's closer to Tampa or something.
The hell's he doing down there?
Well, I was all confused.
I don't blame you. And he looks like he's in the army.
So those are Navy fatigue, they wear, which I don't understand because, when you're in the Navy and you're on a ship.
Camouflage on a ship.
Why don't you wear camo? But
I don't get camo anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what?
What?
It looks like chipped paint on a boat. It's all
blend in.
Yeah,
with
you
the
just
boat.
blend in with the weathered ship.
So I called him. I'm like, honey, what's going on? And he said, but they sent me to MacDill Air Force Base for training. And I said, what kind of training? He's like,
MacDill training.
He's like, it's cool. it's combat training. I'm a combat medic, and I'm learning how to do tourniquets in the field, and I'm learning how to. And he said, no, I'm not doing any of that. I said, what are you doing? He's like, they sent me here. There's a new computer program at the medical clinic, and they sent me here to learn the.
So I wear the camo so I can sneak up on the computer. I don't understand camo.
Well, good. There is good camo, but wearing it, just
that's what I mean.
Walking around a base or something.
Unless you're out in a field, hunting or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then camo. But in a situation like this, everyday camo is
everyday
ridiculous.
camo.
Well, see, to me, it would be to demean you.
It's So I feel bad for Festus because he really would like to be out, real medical training in the field. I want to help people.
Yeah.
I said, well, why'd they send you for the? He said, well, since I'm sort of in charge of that thing at the clinic, and now I have to go back and teach everybody the computer program that I'm. It's just not what he signed up for.
They promise certain things and then they don't deliver.
I am shocked.
And I
no, honest son, you'll be able to.
It reminds me of this scene from the movie So I Married an Axe Murderer, which I just tweeted out if you want to.
Oh, you tweeted it?
Yeah, I tweeted it
I
too.
can get that.
So, and So I Married an Axe Murderer, Alan Arkin plays like a police chief.
Mm-hmm.
And
Alan Arkin, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, I like him.
And Anthony LaPaglia is a police officer, and he's upset because it's just not policing isn't what he thought it would be in the movies. I don't know if Carrie can play a little.
That's a long scene.
You don't have to play the whole thing.
Let me see if I can get this going here.
The whole thing's funny.
Tony, I don't want to intrude, but you seem a little down. Well, Captain, it's about my job. I'm having doubts about being a cop. It's not like how it is on TV. And all I do all day is I fill out forms and paperwork. I mean, this is what I do. It's a point well taken, Tony, but you must understand, although it's not exciting, it's a very important part of our work. Yeah, but in all my times as a cop, I've never like chased a guy across a crowded city square. I've never hung on to that part of the helicopter. You know that part underneath the thing where it lands? Do you know that part? Yes, I know that part. I've never hung on to that. I've never even commandeered a vehicle. Now that sounds like a lot of fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Commandeering a vehicle. Well, so he wants to get out there and kill bad guys.
Well, no, he wants to do the medical stuff. He wants to, put people back together. And
Oh, he wants to be the one where they yell, "Medic!" And he runs up to the front unarmed and patches people up.
Yeah. But he's learning computer programs. I'm sure you'll get, honey. I am sure you will get to do that exciting
He's
stuff.
not listening.
Texter says they are trying to make all services have the same uniforms. His service dress will be different.
Oh, I didn't know.
I guess. I don't know.
I think if I were his mother, I would demand pictures of all of that. I want a picture of each different kind of uniform you have to wear. I want you wearing it and you send it to me.
Well, he looks handsome in
I
camera.
wonder who took that picture.
It's a selfie.
In the mirror.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
See him holding the camera. I'm just glad he shaved that.
Yeah, he looks much better.
God, he just look. Some people can have facial hair. He is one of them that cannot.
He just looks better.
He looks great when he's clean
He's a
shaven.
handsome boy.
Hello, sailor boy.
Don't know who you're trying to convince when you keep saying, "He's handsome, he's handsome."
I'm not. I just. Let's see. That crash on Layton Parkway has been moved to the right shoulder. This is I-15 southbound. Traffic's still really slow in the area, but they're getting it cleaned up, and things should be moving back to normal here pretty soon. Let me see if there's anything else you need to know about. Things have been really moving well this morning. Nope, don't see anything. If you see something, though, you can text us 33986.
All right. You can call now if you'd like, but we've got commercials and a song, and then we're going to play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. It's our Dead Celebrity game where you could win tickets to see the Black Keys. 877-602-9696. UtahAdvocates.com.
Summer driving is one of the most dangerous driving seasons on the road.
Mm-hmm.
The 100 deadliest days start Memorial Day and Labor Day.
They go from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Distracted, negligent, impaired driving. And then if you get hurt, no fault of your own, what do? Do you know by now? You call the advocates. 801-355-5550. Experienced attorneys who can help you negotiate with insurance companies, particularly.
You or a loved one's injured, you deserve to have someone take over that overwhelming legal process. You don't know what you're doing there. The advocates do. Let them handle it.
No out-of-pocket expense. They don't charge you anything for the service, and unless they take your case and get you a settlement. So what do you got to lose, huh? The sooner you call, the quicker you can relax and get better. 801-355-5550 or chat online, UtahAdvocates.com.
Join.
Ever since Orange 45 was kicked off of Twitter.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Do you miss him?
No. Because here's why. I used to, doom scroll. I used to just go through it and just go, oh my God, what the hell has he done now? Now I get this fun content now. This is why I joined Twitter, was for the fun stuff. That's why I was here originally.
Fun stuff like what?
Like this. You can always count on Geek Twitter to, well, mostly outrage me, but occasionally surprise me with this wonderful little exchange between some geeks here. A poem.
Okay.
A poem.
And then 2 follow-up poems. Roses are red, violets are blue. You'll never pass the Kobayashi Maru.
I'm sorry.
It's a Star Trek reference. It's a battle maneuver, and
it's a test that they give you at Starfleet Academy that you cannot win. And the purpose of the test is to teach you what it's like to deal with a no-win scenario,
an unwinnable situation,
unwinnable scenario and so you have to be, as a captain, be able to face death and.
And of course, Kirk was the only one to ever successfully.
Of course.
Well, and here's the follow-up. Roses are red, Visit Ontario. I don't believe in the no-win scenario. Then followed up with, roses are red, some tulips are black. You can bypass it with a Kirkian hack.
I think I'd rather have Trump. I'd rather have
really?
Trump. Yeah.
Not me. I will take this over doom scrolling any day.
I haven't been doom scrolling lately, so that's nice.
I miss the anger.
You miss the anger?
Yes.
I'm relieved to be.
Listen, Starfleet Academy's tests are terrible. Starfleet Academy tests are the worst.
Try Trump University.
Trump University tests superiorly.
Simple tests.
All right.
I think one of my favorite Trumpy things was those stories where he could have been a professional baseball player.
Oh yeah, he was the best baseball player they'd ever seen.
I was very good.
The best, they said.
Went on and on.
Because that's what I think of when I look at him as professional athlete.
People were hard pressed to even remember that he had played baseball in any organized fashion anywhere. Now they did finally find some people say, "Oh yeah, he was." Yeah, I do remember that, but I was being scouted by the pros.
People are saying, and I'm hearing that this Mr. Spock is no good. That he's low IQ and his test is stupid.
We haven't given we were supposed to give a Tiger Woods update every 9 minutes today, and we haven't done it.
Damn
Nobody told me we were supposed to do that.
Well, it's the only news story that's happening right now, Bill.
Because I'm just looking at pictures. They pulled the car out of the woods where he went down a ravine. It is amazing he survived that.
Yeah, it is. It's just totally crumpled.
Well, now another Tiger Woods updates. Following the story for you every 9 minutes on the nines, a Tiger Woods update. Tiger Woods is fine. He's just fine.
I mean,
right,
not really fine. Not like fine. He's.
I did your Ashley Judd story, and you weren't even here.
I was. My camera's just not.
Are you here now?
Yes,
Yeah, I
I'm
can't
right
tell.
here.
Where?
I'm right here.
I can't.
Over here.
I don't. What?
Right here.
No, I don't.
I'm
see
in
you.
your head. I'm in your ears.
I don't see you.
You know, I've got an old camera that you can mount on top of your computer. One of those old ones, you know.
Yeah, but then I look like I'm being filmed on an old camera, right?
No.
No.
Gina, go to the web, and what I did, I've got a nice. It's an HD Pro Logitech camera. I think it was $28.
Yeah, it wasn't much at all.
That's what I use. I plug that into my computer, and it's got a long cord, and I can move it around wherever I want.
All right.
It's $28.
Okay. I'll get it.
Wealthy family like you can afford a $28.
Family. What is a wealthy family?
Just get up out of the lap of luxury and get a camera, will you?
Okay. I was trying to save money by using my phone.
Well, it's caused nothing but problems so far.
And let's talk to the accountant guy about how you can write it off or something.
I can't because I'm an employee, remember?
Oh, yeah, and that's when Orange 45 changed the rules so that I can't write things off or take mileage.
Exactly.
Always comes back to Donald Trump, doesn't it? You
Everything.
liberals.
Beginning of the show, end of show.
Another Tiger Woods update. Maybe this will distract. Tiger Woods' car is beyond repair.
Yes.
We'll have more for you coming up, as this is the only news story happening in the nation today. Tiger Woods.
I think we need to examine how he got the name Eldrick. That's his name.
Tiger Woods update, people are asking, and it has yet to be answered. How did he get the name Eldrick, and did this contribute to his angry driving? Was he also pounding on the steering wheel saying, Eldrick, Eldrick, why Eldrick? People are saying, and I'm hearing. Tiger Woods update. Well, thanks, Ben. Today's word is krenz. Spell it with me now. K-R-E-N-Z, krenz. And now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as LeVar and LeGrand, our two lovable Utah boys. Let's join them now as they eat burgers and watch kids playing at the McDonald's Playland. Again, the word is krenz.
Woo-hoo! Sure is fun to watch them little ones in the ball crawl, ain't it, LeVar?
Sure is. Makes me wish I was a little tyke once again. We didn't have no ball crawls when I was a spud.
Oh, I know. Best we could do was use the rolled-up socks from our sock drawer. Used to throw 'em in a kiddie pool and then crawl around in 'em.
I remember.
How's your burger?
Well, pretty good. How about your chicken noogies?
Oh, tasty. Pretty smart way you figured out we could get these Happy Meals. They don't like us adults to order 'em for ourselves.
Damn betcha. Just tell them that your kids have gone over to the Playland and you're ordering up for them. You know, them high school kids that work behind the counter don't give no rat's butt about it anyhow. They just serve 'em up.
You know, I think this is the best deal, too, 'cause the Happy Meals always got surprise in 'em. A couple of months ago, I got a Catwoman core in mine.
Yeah, I was trying to collect all them Jurassic Park Happy Meal stuff. I didn't get the sick Triceratops, and I missed the Alan Grant figurine, too. That was when I was in court on that DUI.
I told you to quit drinking. Oh, hey, looky here in my Happy Meal. It's a McDonald's Land coloring book devoted to the adventures of Mayor McCheese. Ooh, boy, this coloring book even comes with a little box of crayons.
Oh, this is a box of crayons? I thought these was candies. Crap, I've been eating crayons. You know what, they ain't too bad. Hey, can I die from eating these crayons?
Well, in USA Today, there was a story the other day about how some crayons made in China is full of lead or some kind of radioactive material. I don't remember which. But if it's lead, I know that can cause brain damage.
Well, I hope there ain't no lead in these crayons. I hope they got some radioactive stuff in them instead. Then maybe I won't have to have this tumor operated on. Hey, you gonna eat your crayons?
Help yourself.
Oh, my God. Oh.
What, Bill?
Oh, I gotta zip up my hoodie. It's really cold in here today because Frank Chris, the Grim Reaper, the angel, has been sent to us right now, the angel of death.
They sent you an angel?
Right now.
Right now.
Not the kind you were probably hoping for, but...
Good morning, Frank.
Oh, good morning, Bill. How are you? How are you feeling?
I feel great, Frank. I'm fine. I'm just fine.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Frank Christ is here because we play our celebrity game, celebrity death game. It's called Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yeah. 3 of the people on a list I've compiled are, as Frank said, fine. They're just fine. But one of them is not. One of them has been taken by Frank to the river Styx, to the underworld.
I have a piece of advice for when you get to the river Styx.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't pay the ferryman until he gets you to the other side.
That's good. Yeah, good advice,
Never
Frank.
do that.
That's good advice, Frank.
Thanks for the help.
Frank, have we got a contestant on the line?
Yes, the randomizer has chosen some guy.
Some guy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Some guy. How are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
There you
that's
go.
good to hear.
Excellent. Now, some guy, I'm going to read you a list of famous people who have lived, or actually, I think all of them were born in Utah. Famous people who have been born in Utah.
Famous Utahns.
Yeah. And one of them has shuffled off the mortal coil, is no longer with us. You have to guess, and if you do, you win a prize, which is...
We have tickets to see the Black Keys at USANA Amphitheater on July 11th with special guest Band of Horses.
Are you ready, some guy?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to give you very much information about these people. I have some interesting details about them, though, that maybe we can look at when the contest is over. But if I did that, it would give it away, maybe. So I'm just going to give you the name and just a little tidbit here. So the first person on the list is Jewel Kilcher.
Joel
Kilcher. Jewel Kilcher was born in Payson, Utah. Number 2 is Getty Watanabe. Mr. Watanabe was born in Ogden, Utah.
He lived in my neighborhood.
Number 3, Wilford Brimley, born in Salt Lake City. And number 4, Jamie Bergman Boreanaz, born in Salt Lake City. Jamie Bergman was mainly her professional name, a model and actress who has appeared in Playboy magazine. So of those 4, some guy, which one is no longer with us?
Well, I thought it was diabetes that got Brimley, but apparently it was Frank.
Well, Frank has diabetes with him at all times if necessary.
He can employ diabetes.
And it's not diabetes, it's diabetes. Yes, you're correct. It's Wilford Brimley, born in Salt Lake City. He died in 2020 at the age of 87. Of course, people know him from The China Syndrome, The Thing, Tender Mercies, The Natural, and Cocoon.
And diabetes.
And diabetes. Yeah, I mean, the last part of his life, that's what he did, did public service stuff for diabetes. And was he the Quaker Oats guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the Quaker Oats guy for a long time.
It's one of our precious celebrities. Who are the other ones?
Well, Jewel Kilcher. Jewel.
The singer.
Yeah, 48, born in Payson. She has received 4 Grammy Award nominations as of 2021 and has sold over 30 million albums worldwide. Getty Watanabe, born in Ogden and living next door to Gina. He is known for being the voice of the character Ling in the 1998 animated film Mulan and its sequel.
He was Long Duck Dong in 16 Candles.
And he was Long Duck Dong in 16 Candles. And then finally, Jamie, this is fascinating, this one. Jamie Bergman Boreanaz, 46, born in Salt Lake, model and actress who was Playboy magazine's Playmate of the Month in January of 99, its 45th anniversary issue. In addition to her magazine appearance, she has been in several Playboy movies. She is married to David Boreanaz.
Angel?
Angel and Bones. In 2010, Mr. Boreanaz, her husband, and he was married to Jamie Bergman at the time, he admitted to having an extramarital affair with Rachel, you could tell, the same woman that Tiger Woods was alleged to have had an affair with. And he was married to Jamie while he had that affair. At the time of the affair, Jamie Bergman was pregnant with their daughter, their second child.
Angel gets around.
But they are still married. They're still married. I think they overcame the affair.
For the power of prayer or lawyers, one of the two, they managed to stay together.
That's right. Some guy, congratulations, you've won those tickets, and if you hang on, we'll tell you how to get them.
Hang on.
And I hope you enjoyed the tidbits of information about famous people born in Utah.
I'm always interested in our precious celebrities.
I know you are.
Who are you interested in today?
Getty Watanabe is 67, Frank.
Well, yeah. Has anyone seen David Allen Greer?
What?
66 today.
He is
you stay away from
Watanabe is 67. Come on.
Well, maybe I could stop by Watanabe residence.
You never know. All right. Well, Frank, thanks for being here once again and casting a pallor over the whole thing.
Well, all right. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. There he goes off on his electric scooter. Frank Christ.
I think it's Richard Lewis's birthday today, too. It's not on the official list here, but
he doesn't make the list.
He always looks like he's about to die.
He looks frail.
I worry about Richard.
Richard
So
Lewis.
damn funny, though.
No, yesterday was his.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
And really quite a nice guy.
Yeah.
When we've been around him a couple of times.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. We do have big boy news and opinnuendo coming up. Stand by for that. We'll have that for you here in just a few moments. Brooklinen.com. Don't miss out. Brooklinen's summer savings event is here, happening now. This is the time to go to brooklinen.com. 15% off site-wide. The summer savings event is happening right now. So if you've always had your eye on some things at Brooklinen, but you're like, oh, I just can't, you can pull the trigger today with the 15% off linens, towels, everything that is on the website there for bedding and beach. These deals are terrific. If you're a hot sleeper, not just during the summertime, but all the time like me, the Brooklinen Crisp Classic Sheets help you stay comfy even in the hottest summer nights. And everybody's talking about the Marlowe Pillow. Cooling infused memory foam, ventilated zippers, and breathable mesh to prevent heat retention and promote airflow all night long. So it is the Brooklinen Summer Savings Event. Don't miss out. If you can't catch the sale, like if you're hearing this on a podcast and it's too late, you can still save. Go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96 for $20 off of your purchase of $100 plus free shipping. That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96.
Line. Spell it with me now. L-I-N-E. And we'll use it now in some dialogue featuring our good friends LeVar and LeGrand. Imagine, if you will, the boys have gotten together for lunch at the High Spot Cafe. The word again is line.
Well, this is good postum here to the High Spot, LeVar.
Look, the words good and postum never go together, LeGrand. Now, the coffee here is mighty fine, but don't tell me there's any difference in any postum you get anywhere. It's all horse pee.
Well, I like it. And that actor guy sure must have gotten rich off of us Utahns when he invented this caffeine-free beverage. Yeah, that Tom Postum has always been funny on the Newhart shows, and he's made a great all-weather beverage, too.
Whoa. Whoa. Now this song sure brings back the memories. I didn't know they had Madonna music on the jukebox here.
Well, why does it bring back memories for you, LeVar? You remember what you was doing the first time you heard the song?
Heard it? Hell, I helped Madonna write it.
Uh-huh. And I had tea with the Queen of England the other day.
I ain't lying, LeGrand. Me and Madonna had kind of a thing for a couple of months back in '87. I guess you could say Madonna was my girlfriend.
Do tell.
If I'm lying, I'm dying, LeGrand. Yep. Miss Chacon and me, that's a real name, you know, was sitting in the breakfast nook one morning after a night of truth or dare, if you know what I mean. So anyway, the phone rings. Madonna answers it and says, "Hey, LeVar, honey, the phone's for you." I said, "Who's that girl?" And the rest is history.
You're lying, LeVar. You're lying through your tobacco-stained teeth.
If I'm lying, then what do you call this?
Yeah. It's a picture of you and Madonna sitting in a breakfast nook.
Yep.
Why, looky there. You got matching pajamas with little horses on them.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying at all. That's really her.
Yep. She'll always be my material girl.
Well, what happened? Why did you break up?
I dumped her.
Well, why in the heck did you do that?
Well, did I ever tell you about me and Tori Spelling?
Hey, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
Got plenty of time here, by the way, so if you have any leftover stuff that you didn't get to.
Ketanji Brown Jackson set to join the Supreme Court today, making history as the first female African-American justice on the Supreme Court, beginning what could be a decades-long tenure. But as she starts her job, the court is in turmoil.
Yeah.
The country's reeling from the after effects of the most consequential term in decades, where the majority upended a half-century of established law on abortion by reversing Roe versus Wade, also expanding gun rights for the first time in more than a decade. The justices worked to maintain civility in public, but this term's opinions revealed that they are not happy with one another. Not only were the justices attacking reasoning of their opponents, a case at hand, but they renewed grievances aired in previous opinions. Things will not calm down anytime soon. New challenges related to women's reproductive health, the Second Amendment, and even same-sex marriage are likely to come up.
And they just gutted the EPA, apparently.
Yep, just today, it's the it's not only the EPA.
What is it?
Well, it was a ruling making companies not have to adhere to things that the EPA tell them about being green and
greenhouse gases.
And they also just
made it easier for people to pollute, is what it boils down to.
They also just ruled on a case where you can override election results if you don't like them.
What?
Yeah.
No, that's not.
Legislatures would have the power to override the will of the voters and ignore state courts and governors. They could enact extreme partisan and radical gerrymandering. This could radically change elections in the United States.
Well, it would make them the opposite of free and fair elections.
Yeah.
Which was the plan all along.
And the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the EPA does not have the authority to recognize the nation's energy grid. So everything they've ruled on this week is awful.
Is throwing things back 40 years ago.
Yeah. And remember back in 2016 when you didn't like the email lady and I tried to tell you, I'm not voting for her, I'm voting for the Supreme Court?
You're overreacting.
I was overreacting, wasn't I?
A driver's reason for a 40-mile police chase in which speeds sometimes topped 100 miles an hour seems like a movie script. Thomas Lee of Virginia Beach, Virginia, pleaded no contest to 24 charges stemming from a September chase that began in Hempfield, Pennsylvania. Lee, who appeared in a Westmoreland County courtroom, said that he stole a car for the chase because he was, quote, tired of walking. Well, that's, and his explanation didn't stop there, though. He said, I thought I was a time traveler. I was on drugs, and I wasn't trying to hurt anybody. I was just trying to save my son. Officers pursued him on the Pennsylvania Turnpike until he hit a spike strip laid across the highway, and that stopped him. He tried to run away on foot, but officers hit him with a taser, took him into custody. I'm a time traveler, he said. Okay. Jason Momoa, this is the third season of a show I don't think any of us knew existed.
What is it?
It's on Apple Plus.
Yeah, the blind show.
It's called C.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall even hearing about it.
Oh, yeah, Bill Frost has talked about it.
Have you seen it?
No.
So that's, I think it's a world without sight.
Yeah.
I just don't ever hear anybody talking about it or read anything about it.
I don't have Apple TV, so I don't see any of these Apple shows.
Southwest Utah has recorded its driest May in 127 years, and the United States Supreme Court said, good! Deserve it! How would you like to be? I mean, I know I would like to be the CEO of a billion-dollar firm so that I could do this. Beachgoers lounge around. Wouldn't that be nice to be on the beach?
Mm-hmm.
chief executive officer of a billion-dollar asset management firm, announced this week that I'm going to leave the company and just sit on the beach and do nothing.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Let's go.
Andrew Formica, the CEO of Jupiter Fund Management, announced that he will be leaving the $67.9 billion company because he wants to be closer to his elderly parents and because, quote, I just want to go sit on the beach and do nothing.
How old is he?
He is, it doesn't say here. But so are you going to take care of your elderly parents or are you going to sit on the damn beach?
Well,
That's what I
think if you can afford to do what he's doing, you can afford to pay somebody to take care of your elderly parents.
Maybe you should take your elderly parents to the beach, I guess.
They would like
I
that.
bet they haven't been out lately.
Ah, they just...
A new testimony from the most recent January 6th committee hearing shows that former President Trump is a disgrace, unfit to be anywhere near power ever again, according to the right-wing news website, The Washington Examiner.
That is a very right-wing publication. Yep. That's a real surprise for them to say that.
Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows while he was Trump's White House chief of staff, gave, and I wish people would stop using this term, jaw-dropping testimony. It's for some reason, phrases like that enter the lexicon and then everybody starts using it. You know, like it used to be draw a line in the sand. We're going to have to draw a line in the sand, draw a line in the sand. This jaw-dropping testimony. Anyway, Cassidy Hutchinson, she gave a lot of details that were just shocking. The Washington Examiner noted that Hutchinson had worked at the highest level of Republican politics and was a conservative Trump true believer and tremendously credible. What Hutchinson relayed was disturbing. She gave believable accounts of White House awareness that the planned January 6th rally could turn violent, the Examiner reported. She repeated testimony that Trump not only knew, and we know all of this, but she said he has fits of rage. He is not fit to serve. He is a disgrace. Republicans have far better options to lead the party in 2024.
And I think the best we can hope for with these hearings, Trump's not going to go to jail, but the best we could hope for is that he's not able to run for president again. I think that will be a win.
Well, I still think he could go to jail.
I mean, he could. I'm just saying we should be happy if at the very least he can't run for president.
None of it makes me happy. Liz Cheney delivered a searing rebuke of former President Trump and Republican leaders, her party, at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library Wednesday, recounting some of the damning details that the House Select Committee investigating January 6th has uncovered. She praised the bravery of those people who have been witnesses, who have been willing to come forward. We are confronting a domestic threat that we have never faced before, she said in her speech, and that is a former president who is attempting to unravel the foundations of our constitutional republic, apparently with help from the United States Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And he is aided by Republican leaders and elected officials who have made themselves willing hostages to this dangerous and irrational man, Liz Cheney said. Her blistering critique of Trump at the Reagan Library is pretty remarkable. Speaking directly to her own party, the Republicans, she said, it might be painful for Republicans to accept, but members have to make a choice. You can't be loyal to Donald Trump and loyal to the Constitution. And she got a round of applause for that. And finally, this story. It has a square shape, no stick, and will make your fingertips cold and sticky as you gingerly bite into the thin chocolate covering to reach the delicious vanilla ice cream inside.
Well, I want this. What is it?
It's a Klondike bar.
What would you do?
The Klondike, 98 million Klondike bars have been sold in 2021 alone. The Klondike bar started in 1922. It was 10 cents for a Klondike bar.
They're delicious.
I haven't had one of those in a long time.
What's your favorite ice cream novelty? Like if you could have...
Well, it's either a drumstick or a sandwich. a drumstick or an ice cream sandwich.
It's hard for me to pick just one.
I prefer ice cream sandwich to a Klondike.
Just the classic cheap ice cream
Yeah,
sandwich.
like they make them up in Logan, the Fat Boy.
Delicious.
Yeah.
I like the chocolate chip cookie ice cream sandwich. Two chocolate.
That's good too.
That's a
Yeah,
good
the
one, too.
Toll House cookie.
Weather.
So last night, that craziness, you could have that again tonight. The thunderstorms, the lightning, waking you up in the middle of the night, that could happen again. We've got this monsoonal moisture, you see. That's what we have. 93 for a high today, and we just sort of hover in the low to mid 90s, looks like, for the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Hey, I'm Marcy. I've been thinking, I think we should be coworkers. You want to be coworkers? Hang out with me for a one...
Lionel Elgin, our friend.
Baseball
announcer extraordinaire.
I've had people asking me about Lionel. What's happened
Well, you
to
know,
him?
the season started again, and he got another job. He announces baseball on radio stations, and
He keeps getting jobs because he's really good at it.
he is excellent at it. He's very colorful. He loves the players, is the thing. He really, really, really loves baseball players. Really.
Yeah,
a lot.
You'll see what we mean.
This is the latest tape he sent me. He got fired again. And this is what happened. This is the last one that he was at. Here you go. You tell me if he deserved firing or not. I don't know.
So we're set to go here in the third. And what a beautiful day for baseball it is. Like a day in the park, folks. The athletes like cuddly little pets, frolicking, running, jumping, chasing, and retrieving balls. Furry, fuzzy fellas. So here comes Davis now, 0 for 1 today, flying out to right in the first. Notice the way Davis likes to sway back and forth, foot to foot at the plate. First offering from Lee, fastball strike in the outside corner, 0-1. And as Davis teeter-totters back and forth, one can't help but notice the up and down motion of each cheek of his finely toned hind end. Like two pistons in a perfectly timed machine, lubed with oils and perspiration for maximum viscosity. Lee set now, kicks and fires, breaking ball low, 1-1. Call it the show, folks, and no wonder. Davis very muscular. Also, one of the unfortunate individuals involved in the steroid controversy, being questioned by league officials. Of course, Davis denies it. The 1-1 pitch, just inside ball 2. I don't personally know much about steroids. I know in most cases they're taken via hypodermic needle. And I'm of the opinion, folks, that if a player wants to stick something in his hind end or have a fellow teammate poke him in the rear, so be it. Who are we to judge? If it helps the game, bend me over and stick it in.
And so then that's when they went to commercial at that point, and
they fired him.
Then they fired him.
He doesn't get it.
Now, was it his comments about steroids? Is that what the problem was?
That must be it.
Yeah.
You know what
He sounds pro-steroid.
You know what the problem is that he needs a color man.
He does. He needs someone in there with him.
He's doing it all by himself.
He needs to do the play-by-play. He needs somebody to do the color.
I think he's capable of doing. Well, he does both. I think perfectly.
Yeah, he does both, but he needs to.
I'm going to continue to send these to Larry Miller, and hopefully we can get him hired for the Bees, because
you just like him in town.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent. He's an excellent announcer.
I think we got enough of his kind in this town.
Funny.
2016,
Yeah.
Not funny.
As timely as today's headline.
Yep. Tried to tell you.
Let's talk about something that
is fun,
that is exciting, that is successful. John Johnson, who's what's your official title at Pride Center?
Festival co-director.
Okay. You just the Pride Festival was huge this year. I know. If you were anywhere near it, it was hard to move once you got there were so many people there. Talk a little bit about how successful it was.
There's a lot of ways to recognize success, and some of the ones that we did was 75,000 people came to just the festival on its own.
That's just counting people coming through the gate.
Yes. And then we estimate additional 50,000 went to the parade.
We saw them.
5,000 to the march and rally at the state capitol.
Wow.
And with the other events 10 other events we did, we estimate that over 130,000 people attended Pride this year.
Wow, I'd say that's a success.
Now, is this this number of sponsors here, 90 sponsors, is that more than you've ever had?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Our sponsorship was up. We had our largest parade ever participation, 170 plus entries in the parade. We had 30 food vendors, over 300 vendor spaces at the festival grounds. We set a goal, as just an example, to raise $440,000 at the end of this. We're going to finish having raised over $1 million for the Utah Pride Center.
Tell people how that money is used.
That money is used for life-saving programs and services all year long. So we have a mental health department, we have youth and family programs, we have education and training programs, community space for the community to come use. We have just a whole variety of programs, and the wonderful thing about this is we can come together, we can have a wonderful time on 8 days. We did it this year. But what we did on those 8 days will actually have an impact all year long and provide these services and to help our community year-round.
I have a complaint. That's fine, but I have a complaint
leave it to you to
on
find
this.
something wrong.
Well, it says here on the list that John has provided us, new successes, and then it says longer parade route. My arm got tired waving at people. It was a lot longer, wasn't it?
It was twice as long.
Yeah, my arm was tired by the time.
But it was twice as long, and there were
pretty much
people along the whole route. I mean,
and most of it seemed to be packed in. And was it my imagination, or were there fewer demonstrators and quieter?
I don't really know, 'cause I was at the festival ground working, so I don't know. I think we just spread them out more.
I didn't feel like there were as many of them.
No, there weren't, and they, they're sort of colorful in their own dumb way.
Yes, they are. It's just part of Pride. It comes with the territory.
Yeah. But a lot of really great entertainment that went on, and 5 times more ticket sales, online ticket sales?
Online ticket sales, yes. We really moved to being more digital online, and that number was 5 times what it was before for the past for us. Okay. So we're really pleased with that. Longer route. It was really interesting because during COVID, we couldn't do a parade, so we did a march instead.
Right, I remember that.
And it was so successful. We were like, do we really want to abandon that or not? And will people understand the difference between a march and a parade? A march is something you do. A parade is something you watch. And this year we thought, without abandoning one, let's just do both and see how it went. And I have to say that I think that was a huge success for us as well, because people really enjoyed the rally at the Capitol, sunset on a Friday night, speaking about protesting about those injustices that are still happening in our world, and then having that march, and people really, it fit the needs of some people to really participate with that.
And I think that gets back to the roots of the whole celebration, really.
Absolutely. It all began with Stonewall and that protest there and the fight for civil rights and justice, and looks like we might be headed back that way.
Let's make Pride 2 months long.
I'm all for that.
2 months.
I'm all for
We'll
that.
have 2 parades.
I know where the good parties are.
Oh, my gosh.
John's tired. He needs
He's
a
exhausted.
Do you get to relax a little bit once this is all wrapped up?
We do. This is my last one. So I've done this this is my 14th Pride. I'm moving on to a new adventure. And it's time to pass the torch to a new, younger generation to say, you know what, it's time for you to do that. We had an amazing group of volunteers who came out, and we kind of, after COVID, it's been 3 years since we'd hosted Pride. So we had to really rebuild a lot of things from the ground up again. We did that. It was a great group of volunteers, and it's time to pass the torch to someone else. Let them.
John, tell people where the Pride, where the center is, and maybe on how they can access things online if they need services.
Absolutely. We're at 1380 South Main Street, and our services are real documented and available, all kinds of things available online at utahpridecenter.org. I have to remember it's ORG. And please take a look at it. We're in the process of rebuilding after COVID, and we really hope that the success of the festival and the parade and Pride Week will give us the resources we need to really regroup, rebuild, and launch ourselves back up again and get those things all back in place again.
Well, the best of luck in whatever your future endeavor is. And will we be seeing you around next year?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Participate.
Yeah.
Just attending, I mean.
It's a little different.
John Johns, thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a break. We will be back. Salt Lake Film Society. They got their weekend movie situation going
It's the
on.
summer showdown, Carrie.
Oh, I love this, too.
Let's see now, which movies are they going to be showing?
Okay, so it's on Friday.
Oh,
here
we go.
It's Clerks.
Clerks versus Harold.
Harold and Maude on Saturday. That Harold and Maude has got a real cult following.
I'm in Harold and Maude camps.
Me too. That's a really unusual.
I'll be in the Clerks camp.
And strange movie. But you decide which movie wins by attending one of them. So you go to Clerks on Friday or Harold and Maude on Saturday, or maybe you go to both. I don't know.
Now, you can do a 2-for-1 to get in to see these movies. Enter the promo code RFH Summer. Get 2-for-1 admission. The way you get all your tickets for Salt Lake Film Society is on their website, slfs.org.
Leaderboard on all of their social media to see which movies are doing well. They give you prizes when you're there and things like that, and there's going to be a big prize package at the end of all of it. slfs.org.
A list.
Do people like
you guys
lists?
Are you up for a list?
I don't know.
People tend
they
to,
like
from
them?
what I can tell, people tend to like lists.
Oh, they do? Okay. Well, let's see if the people like this one.
All right, here we go. Let's go.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
That's right. I forgot. We have a recording that says they like them.
Now, I have a problem with this list.
So is it not a good list then? Because people like a good list.
Yeah, it's a list you don't like.
Seeing a shirtless actor in Hollywood isn't all that uncommon. There are some actors who go shirtless way more than others, and a recent study was undertaken to see which stars go shirtless most often in movies.
Okay.
this group
Was
found
there,
that
was there government funding for this study? Is that
there should be. Now they timed it. The
Okay.
most actual time these actors are shirtless.
Shirtless time? Okay.
So number 10 on the list, Zac Efron, with 694 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Number 9, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
724 seconds. Number 8, Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell?
Oh yeah.
You think of him being shirtless a lot?
As a matter of fact, every morning when I wake up.
730 seconds.
Yeah.
Number 8, Charlie Hunnam.
The Sons of
Was
Anarchy
he
guy.
shirtless a lot in Sons of Anarchy?
A little. It didn't seem like a lot, but.
Number 6, Christian Bale.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Number 5, Michael Fassbender.
Yeah.
I can't even picture Michael Fassbender's face, let alone his shirtless body.
Number 4, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Okay.
913. You don't think of him being shirtless a lot.
913 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 3, Matthew McConaughey. That one makes
Sure.
sense to me.
Well, yeah. He almost always, he has like a shirt hanging off of his finger that he carries over his shoulder. You know what I mean?
I didn't think he owned any shirts, but
Number 2, Sylvester Stallone. I mean, you know.
What?
you count over his career, yeah.
I guess,
All your Rambo movies, all your.
Oh, yeah.
He was a boxer. He never had a shirt on. And number 1, Daniel Craig.
Well, that movie he made about, helping the Jews escape the Nazis, wasn't he shirtless throughout that?
Huh?
I forget the name of the movie, but
I don't know what movie that.
it would have been funnier if I could have named the movie.
Oh. But nowhere on this list is the person that should be at least on the list, if not number 1 on the list.
Who?
Can you think of a movie where Jason Momoa actually wears a shirt ever?
That's a
Yeah,
point.
but we're talking about actors here.
Ever. I can't picture Jason Momoa with a shirt on because I've never seen him with the shirt on. He is always shirtless. I take issue with, I think this study is flawed and needs to be re-examined.
Well, who do you complain to? That's your next step. You've got to find out who
Hollywood.
to write a strongly right. You've got to figure out who to write a strongly worded letter to.
Miss Brandt, get me Hollywood on the phone.
Dear
I'm not
Hollywood,
wrong, though.
I am not a crackpot.
Can you picture Jason Momoa with the shirt on? I bet you can't.
I'm not trying.
Yes.
I'm really.
You can?
When he's wearing his full uniform as Aquaman at the end.
Oh. But other than that,
that's I can't think of a shirt that he owns.
No shirt. He's a shirtless actor.
Oh,
He's
now
Hollywood's number 1 shirtless actor.
Now is Liam, or I mean Daniel Craig, is he shirtless in the Bond movies a lot? Because I don't watch the Bond movies.
On the beaches, you know.
He
He's
takes his
often
shirt off
on beaches.
at least once.
I'm looking at his. I think he was shirtless during Comic Relief Behind the Bond. No.
What?
Well, I know some of those numbers are padded, though, especially Leonardo DiCaprio's. It's padded because he just narrated a documentary about voting.
Yeah.
And the entire time he was in the recording booth, he was shirtless, apparently.
Shirtless?
So it didn't count. You never saw him, but he was. So he's padding those numbers.
You don't think of Leonardo DiCaprio as having, you know, the sort of physique that you care about seeing shirtless.
No.
Oh, and a texter says, what about The Rock? Dwayne Johnson?
The Rock.
He's shirtless all the time. Oh, yeah, that's right. Casino Royale features him being tortured while nude, and it's quite a long scene, so that's probably how... Yeah, that's probably how he was able to get up there, so...
Well, I agree. Whoever wrote in The Rock, yeah. So this is a flawed list. I'm sorry I have brought you a flawed list.
Yeah, and again, what about Schwarzenegger in the 2 Conan movies? Conan doesn't wear a shirt.
Ever.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think they overlooked a lot of things here. I think they
Yeah.
just went to the movies they wanted to see. That's all.
Yeah.
You see the shirtless men you want to see. That's what we get from this.
Okay. Well, it is a flawed list, but okay.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah,
Howard?
they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, you know. I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding,
All right,
Howard,
all
not
right.
my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
All right. 9:54.
We had a story about the Klondike Bar.
Yes.
Earlier. About 100 years old, and they have a machine called the Polarmatic, which automated the production of the Klondike Bar. They used to make them by hand.
Oh.
But I didn't know that they had several flavors. Where is that list now? I was really surprised. They had like strawberry, vanilla. They had a coffee flavored one. I've never seen. Oh, here it is: vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, cherry, maple, and grape. Grape. Huh.
That sounds terrible.
Grape and chocolate might work.
Yeah. Haven't you ever had chocolate covered grape? They're delicious.
That might work. Yeah.
They're absolutely delicious. And
Gina, I need you to research this and get back to me.
Go to, what is it, Cummings Candy there at the corner of 7th East and
the park.
9th South? Yeah, 9th South. They have chocolate-covered grapes there, at least they used to. They're really good.
Okay.
Try them.
Get on this.
All right.
You like grapes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
You
follow
like
this.
grapes, don't you?
I'm crazy for grapes.
We'll follow up on this story all morning if we have to. And I rode my motorcycle.
I'm going to get on my motorcycle and go over to Cummings.
It's important you know I rode my motorcycle. It makes me an individual.
Yes.
Chocolate-covered grapes near me.
Did you really?
Yeah.
See, so I used the word early this morning. It just popped into my head. What hasn't this all been just twaddle, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here. You may want to close that door, Gina. I don't know why you.
I know.
You know,
I just like the fresh air.
we have
Down the
herds
hallway.
of cattle that
Pass by occasionally.
pass by. Yeah. Strange to have them in an office building, but there you go.
I'm used to it.
Yeah.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
As always, we like to finish the week out by having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy featuring Mezcal. Plus, he's answering your boozy questions at 8 a.m., so be ready to call in.
Why don't you finish out the week with us, huh? And a drink on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Huh?
Huh?
There you go.
Sonny Barger.
Who?
Leader of the Hells Angels, dead at 83. He was fiercely protective of the Hells Angels trademark. If he saw someone wearing an unofficial Hells Angels t-shirt, he would say, look, we can do this two ways. You give me the shirt and I'll give you a legitimate one. Or if the guy says, hey, none of your business where I got it, Barger says, I just beat him up and take it.
Well, that's a businessman.
That's exactly what I thought.
All right. Well, I think that's good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Hope you're enjoying the twaddle.
Marcy is next.
X96 1L.